And Graham Orange, our third voice for the day, who I'm sure will be a familiar voice to Yorkshire followers in particular. And Yorkshire are 28 without loss overnight. Adam Lyth on 7 and George Hill 28, having bowled Warwickshire out for 244 yesterday. And Clive, well, good morning. And Yorkshire were pretty pleased with their effort, I think, overall.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire will be pleased that there is cloud cover this morning. Speaking to Michael Burgess last night, he made 96 and he reckoned he definitely had the best of the conditions when the sun was shining. So, yeah, I mean, it could have been worse for Warwickshire, but it certainly could have been a whole lot better. I think they are quite well below par. I think from their point of view, they need to restrict Yorkshire, I'd say, to 300 at the very, very most to stay in the game. If it gets much beyond that, then they'll be in big trouble.
Cloud cover around, just as there was yesterday morning, although not as gloomy as it was when Warwickshire were batting first thing. And it's going to be Henry Brooks to start the morning from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to the left-handed Lyth, who leaves the first one of the day. We understand that there's forecast for rain sometime from 3 o'clock onwards.
That's what I heard. I mean, I tend to avoid weather forecasts. I like to be surprised, but I did hear a steward and a spectator having a chat as I walked in, and they came to the conclusion that it was going to rain at 3. Which is nice and precise.
Yeah, well, good of them to put us in the picture. So we may get a restricted day's play. We'll see. Here's Brooks coming in again. It's full length and driven by Lyth, wide of mid-off. There's a fumble by Dom Sibley, but the batsmen adhering to the principle of never running to a misfield, stay put.
Yeah, not a principle I think that actually works, but in this case it probably was right. An awful lot of shouting there for nothing. No runs scored. Nothing really happened, but lots of shouting from both teams.
3 slips and a point. We've got a cover mid-off, mid-on. Man just in front of square leg, and Brooks coming in then, right arm over the wicket. Lyth drives straight back to the bowler in his follow-through. Clive just popping off to do an early update. Be back with us shortly. Adam Lyth was pretty patient last night. He's faced 36 deliveries now, including those few so far this morning. Just 7 to his name, and he hit a boundary first ball of the innings. Out of those 7. And he'd like a few runs, I think, as we were saying on commentary yesterday. 2 half-centuries this season, but I think it was 140 we totted up before he walked out to bat here. He's just pushed his latest delivery into the offside where Sibley came into field. No run. Not quite so many in yet as there were yesterday here. Ripple of encouragement early on from the fielders for Henry Brooks, who's coming in once again. The bowl to Lyth, who gets a delivery that just eases away from him, and he pulls the bat inside the line. One to come in this opening over. Brooks has gone for just the 13 so far, towards the end of his 6th. Get to the end of the over. We'll have a look around what's going on elsewhere and who has got off to a start. Brooks takes a moment, turns again, and leaves behind our commentary position. Good length ball, Lyth half forward and pushing into the offside, so maiden to start the day. 13 overs into Yorkshire's second innings. They're 28 without loss. And well, just looking around the grounds, start delayed at the match at Northampton. Kent 286 for 2 overnight. Start also delayed in the match between Somerset and Hampshire, who were 29 without loss overnight. They are playing, by the looks of things, over at Old Trafford, where Essex are 280 for 7 against Lancashire, having chosen to bat. Also start delayed in the match between Durham and Middlesex. Durham 256 for 5. They're playing at Trent Bridge. Derbyshire versus Notts. Derbyshire 260 all out. Nottinghamshire 30 without loss. And also a delayed start at New Road, where Worcester have already got a lead of 11 with 8 first innings wickets standing at 159 for 2. Clive's back, and here's Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
And he's in to bowl to Hill, who works it out to the offside for no run. Change of ends for Ollie Hannon-Dolby this morning, which is interesting. Whether they discussed that overnight, I wonder. It's, bowling from the Howard stand end.
Yeah, so 4 matches delayed starts, Clive. Lucky to have missed a bit of weather by the looks of it.
Have we missed it, or is it on its way? Hannon-Dolby bowls, and that's played to point, and there's no run. By 3 o'clock, Warwickshire might want the rain, you never know. Yorkshire are still going strongly. 1 defeat and 1 victory so far for Warwickshire, the rest have been drawn. I wouldn't say they've been hanging on for a draw in those games, but they've had to work for some of them. Hannon-Dolby into bowl to Hill, and there's an appeal there for an LBW. It was a full-length delivery. Hill looking to work it out on the leg side. It's not out.
The way it travelled to the fielder, you got to feel like there must have been a bit of bat involved as well. I think it sounded like there was bat. Did it not?
There might have been arguing whether what came first, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
It was an enthusiastic but not prolonged appeal from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. And he turns now to bowl to Hill, and that one drifted away a bit, but it started wide enough for Hill not to worry about it. And it remains on the overnight score of 28 without loss. So a circumspect start from Yorkshire. No, they got themselves into a good position in this game, despite being held up a little bit by the final wicket partnership, which involved Hannon-Dolby, who's bowling to Hill, who drives that, and that's well stopped in the covers by Danny Briggs. Probably would only have been 1 if it had gone through, because the fielder from mid-off was going to cut it off, I think. But certainly saved at least 1 run.
A couple of stewards at the top tier of the Howard stand getting in the steps. They'll have the work cut out today, Clive. There must be 50 people on that top tier.
I remember
Can't sit here.
Dilapidated commentary box used to be up on that side. In comes Hannon-Dolby.
Brooks bowling to the left-handed Lythe, who gets a delivery of good length and works it off his legs into the leg side. And we'll pick up a single. Lamb doing the fielding. So Lythe, first run of the day for him, and first run of the day for Yorkshire, 29 without loss. It was freezing, the old rabbit hutch, wasn't it?
Yeah, or it was either that or it was boiling hot. It was never right. Yeah, those were the days. Press box, of course, used to be that side as well. That was a little bit more plush.
Here's Brooks again. And George Hill plays a lovely shot. Was allowed a bit of room outside off stump. Quite a bit of room, to be fair. Half volley length. He really did step into that and has driven it away through extra cover for 4. So 25 to him, 33 without loss. Used to get, I remember getting splinters and stuff in there. The desk was never the neat and tidiest. It was
it wasn't great.
Knocking on a bit. And here is Brooks. And Hill opens the face, pushes it out to point. No run. I remember funny that we should be on together, because, of course, after Kevin Howells had moved on from Radio Leeds and gone to 5 Live, you stepped in and did that job, didn't you? And I sort of filled in for a few matches here and there when maybe you couldn't make it or something like that. And then, of course, when you moved on, Kelly was around forever, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Long time.
Much missed.
33 without loss, Yorkshire. Brooks is in and bowling to George Hill, who's watching one go by. So 3 slips and a point. There's a cover fairly tight on the one. Mid-off, just shining the ball at the moment. Sibley is at mid-on and just in front of square leg. And a long leg. It's got quite a muggy feel to the morning. It's not cold with this cloud cover and a bit of brightness. And the ball still relatively new. Warwickshire bowlers hoping for a bit of swing, and that's a good delivery by Brooks because George Hill can't commit himself to getting forward to it. Passes the outside edge on the rise through to Michael Burgess. Win for the bowler.
I was going to say, it's not really happening for Warwickshire this morning, but that's the first one where that will give them encouragement. A good delivery from Brooks moving away. They just had that one LBW shot from a Yorker length delivery, but other than that, until that delivery, there wasn't much sign of things happening for them.
Still 25 off 49 so far. Brooks in and driven by George Hill back past the bowler. Tumbling stop by Lamb to complete over number 15. Yorkshire 33 without loss and have now been batting either side of overnight for precisely an hour.
Well, it's been a decent enough first hour for them. Warwickshire will start getting anxious, wanting wickets, but they do need to be patient. That was the word that Michael Burgess used today. They need to be patient. They should take their chances. Something that Yorkshire actually didn't always do yesterday, but they got away with it. 3 drop catches, and extraordinarily, in every case, the batter was subsequently out without adding to the score that they were dropped on, which really is a tale of letting the opposition off the hook. Alan Dolby to bowl to Live. He gets behind that and plays it to our mid-off. 33 without loss, 5 runs added this morning. 4 to George Hill's on 25, and a single to Adam Live is on 8.
Yeah, patient start, taking a couple of chances, a couple of nice strokes, but fairly quiet. And that's what the way Yorkshire will obviously want it. Get themselves back in this pair.
Hannon Dolby with 3 slips in place. Bowls to Live, who leaves that one, goes straight to the wicketkeeper, doesn't have to move. Michael Burgess, the ball plops into his gloves. He was reasonably sanguine about being out for 96. I spoke to him, said he would have settled for 96 at the start of his innings. It fell to a very good caught and bowl by Stephen Patterson. He also described Hannon Dolby as his batting guru. They've had 3 fairly lengthy partnerships together this season. And Dolby into bowl now, his main job, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run by Live. He really has developed an ability with the bat hand Dolby to be perfectly happy not scoring runs, but just staying in, and Burgess was able to give him 2 balls and over, which he survived actually really pretty comfortably.
Yeah, didn't look in real trouble, did he?
No, but partly because he wasn't attempting to score runs. Comes in now to bowl. That's a left by Live. Maybe the expectations, he's just getting a word from the umpire about his follow through there is Hannon Dolby. In fact, that looks like an official warning there. Is that follow through? I'll add to Warwickshire's hopes. I think they won't want to lose Hannon Dolby. They rely on to bowl a lot of overs. He's allowed 1 more warning, isn't he? And then third time, that's it. Comes in to bowl, and that's left by Live. And that's
our umpire will be is nodding in the background.
Yeah, I was just saying, I suppose I would say Henry Brooks maybe could learn from that because he got out to a soft shot. But I suppose the difference is kind of Henry Brooks is expected to score runs. He is, although he came in at number 10, he is seen as definitely a lower order batter, whereas Ollie Handobbin really isn't that expectation. So all he has to do really is stay in, which I say all, he does it. He does that well. He comes into bowl to Live. There's a hint of an edge on that one, but it's into the ground and fielded at backward point for no run. So it's a maiden over for Handobbin, and he did get the batter to play a couple of times. But Yorkshire still looking solid on 33 without loss, trailing by just 211 now.
Yep, Handobbin 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 6 so far. Henry Brooks 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. Going to continue this, the Kirkstall lane end of the ground. Just saw, I think it's Nick Cook at the far end, isn't it? Umpire-wise, they're not two that I instantly recognise like some from a distance. I think it is. And he wandered off, walking back there with Ollie Handobbin after one of those deliveries, just to have a chat with him about why he'd given him the warning. By the looks of things, as Brooks is in for his first delivery of the over, and George Hill has an easy leave, wide of off stump. Deficit 211 so far at 33 without loss. The Yorkies will want to just chip away at that as we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra with the news that Yorkshire, having resumed on 28 without loss this morning, have added just 5 further runs in the first 4 overs of the day. And here's Henry Brooks bowling to Hill, and they've lost a wicket because George Hill has chased one wide of off stump. He's got a habit of doing this. The ball is on the rise, and he's got a feather through and a simple catch for Michael Burgess. So Yorkshire have lost their first wicket. George Hill caught Burgess, bowled Brooks for 25, and they are 33 for 1.
Yeah, good start of the day for Henry Brooks. Warwickshire, a bit early to say they needed that, but you kind of felt it was beginning to feel like that. But he did bowl one really good delivery in the previous over. Did Henry Brooks, which beat the bat. This time he just finds the edge. This could be a good game. Still very early days to call it, but has a feeling of one that could be quite close, and one that might have a bit more life in it than some of the long draws that we've had so far this season, which have their place, but can get a bit wearisome after a while.
So Will Frayne on his way out to the middle, batting number 3 here, and of course no David Milan in this match for Yorkshire, so he's back in for what is his 24th first class match. Will Frayne made his debut back in 2017. Had a spell in Zimbabwe playing first class cricket earlier this year, which is his most recent outing back in February. Blazed a very, very quick 50 down at Queen's Park, Chesterfield, in what was an RL 50 game reduced to being a 10 over match last year. It was brutal. Back playing against the red ball here. So 33 for 1. We're 2 balls into the 17th over. Adam Lyth not out 8. Following Frayne, Joe Root, of course. And then Harry Brook will be next in after him. Let's see what Will Frayne can produce here. Just as a little push at the first delivery by Brooks. Passes the outside edge.
Yeah, he's getting some joy now, Brooks, isn't he? Similar conditions yesterday morning. Warwickshire also made a reasonably solid start yesterday. They got to survive the first 10 overs, got to 28, but when they lost 1 wicket, then 3 more went pretty quickly. So that's a fairly obvious thing to say, but that's something Yorkshire will want to avoid now. But it's looking quite testing for them.
Here's Brooks again. Good length ball, and Frayne this time gets bat on ball and pushes into the offside. There's no run, just to mention for those Sports Extra listeners joining us at the other end, Ollie Hannon-Dolby has been warned for running on the pitch earlier this morning. Still a bit of chat between the umpire at square leg. I think just exchanging pleasantries, but as I was saying, difficult to recognise the pair of them, but I think that's Nick Cook, because he does like a chat, doesn't he? He's often seen chatting to the fielders. Having a chat with Danny Briggs at mid-wicket as Brooks comes in, bowls short, and that's hit Will Frayne on the helmet and has gone down to the Howard stand end for 4 leg byes. They will go down as in the scoring book.
Yes, not playing the shot, but taking evasive action, so that's means they count. You have to be doing one or the other for leg byes to count. But, he was ducking there. I'll be surprised if he's not. And the umpires, he just sort of took his helmet off, put it back on, so no fuss, let's carry on. But I'm afraid, under the modern day rules, that won't be allowed, and someone will have to come on and check his helmet and check him, and if necessary replace it. It's all very important for the welfare of the players. So we get a little break in play. Don't forget you can follow all that's going on in all the games on the BBC County Cricket page. Who's on duty today? Let me have a look. It is the same as yesterday. Paul and Adam are looking after that today. If you're joining this match because your match has got a delayed start, then welcome. Just the 1 wicket to fall today. Yorkshire starting on 28 without loss. They've added 5 runs. There was a very nice drive from George Hill for 4, but they were the only runs he scored this morning before he was caught behind off Henry Brooks for 25. Adam Lyth is
on the 2nd of June.
Yeah, still going to have an impact, isn't it, on sport, COVID. But it's a shame to hear that. So they recover quickly. Still got the delay then while the it's just checking. I think that Will Frayne can, of course. I mean, it doesn't look. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but it doesn't look like from here.
A couple of years ago when that had first been introduced, and I think that was the first such exchange. One of the Hampshire players got injured.
Zach keeps his bat in the air and watches that go past. Jonathan Deutsch is going to make way for Graham Orange to join us. End of that over, the 18th over, and Yorkshire 37 for 1. And good morning to Graham Orange. How are you?
Good morning, Clive. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Yes, a rather sedate start to the second day.
Obviously, the busiest people have been the umpires.
They haven't they?
Giving Ollie Hannon-Dolby a warning for following through, and then having to sort out all the kerfuffle with the Will Frayne being hit on the helmet. It seems to be fine. That's the good news there. And he leans into that one, opens the face of the bat, runs that down to third man for 4. Very nice shot from Frayne. Just leant into it and slanted the bat, and away it went along the ground for 4 runs.
One of my pet hates that, 4 to third man. Third man seems to be a position these days that has gone out of fashion. Would you agree, Clive?
I think I started doing this about 30 years ago. People were complaining about there being no fielder there. It's,
well, all right.
But yeah.
I just think it's 4 easy runs, isn't it?
Well, particularly when it's a deliberate shot like that, which I think it was. I found the details of that game now I wanted to mention. It's taken me a while, but I'm calling it the Bears Roadshow, as this next one is pushed out into the onside. There's no run. They're playing 2 T20 friendly matches against representative league teams in the heart of the county, as they put it. So they're at Kenilworth Wardens on Tuesday the 31st. They'll take on the Birmingham and District Premier League. And later in the year, they'll be at Coventry at Binley Road to take on a Warwickshire County Cricket Select 11. And I know they are hoping, that's on Tuesday 9th of August, by the way, I know they are hoping to make those annual events. So that'll be nice.
It should be good matches.
Yeah. This next one from Brooks, who has asked the most questions of the bowlers so far, is bowled to Frayne, who defends that for no run.
Yeah, it's also a chance for the some good league cricketers there in the Birmingham Premier League to be pitted against their county colleagues, as it were.
Absolutely, yeah. Talk about the T20, I notice second 11 game, Jacob Bethel in runs there for the Bears.
England under-19 captain.
Yeah. In comes Brooks. And that's left. Late decision to leave it by Frayne, but he gets his bat out of the way. He made 79 off 45 balls in a win against Worcestershire. Dan Mosley got a few as well. Jake Lintott got a couple of wickets. Carlos Brathwaite playing for the second 11. That's fantastic. That.
Where's that match, Clive?
That was at, where was this? This was at Barnt Green, so away game against Worcestershire.
Oh, I see.
Carlos Brathwaite, of course, will captain the Bears in the T20 this season.
Mm.
In comes Brooks. And again, that's quite a late. We saw this quite a lot yesterday. Warwickshire making quite late decisions to leave, and it cost Alex Davis's wicket because he didn't get his bat out of the way in time and ended up playing it to third slip. And again, we saw Frayne there being quite late. There were a couple that nearly played on, trying to get their bat out of the way at the last moment.
Yeah, I think Brooks is just nibbling the ball, and he's bowled well this morning.
It's good to see. It's only his second championship game, I think, this season, Henry Brooks.
Of course, he's taken the only wicket to fall this morning, that of George Hill.
In with number 10 on his back. Ball's right arm over, and that is run wide. He's going to go down towards third. Well, he dragged in. He'll get 2 runs, and that was a little bit more of a hint of an edge rather than a deliberate shot, I think, from Frayne. But he did get 2 for it, and it's 43 for 1.
Yes, it wasn't a convincing shot by Frayne, but as you say, he gets 2 runs for it. Did you see any of the England under 19 World Cup matches at all?
Don't think I did, to be honest.
No. Because Bethel played very, very well. As did Will Luxton, of course, of Yorkshire.
Yeah, well, we've seen a bit of Bethel in the first team for the Bears, rugby schoolboy.
Mm. But his family of Yorkshire connections, haven't they? I believe. I think his uncle or whatever played for Sheffield Collegiate.
You're trying to say should be playing for Yorkshire? Hannon Dorby comes into bowl to Lyon, who drops a bat on that. I noticed Carlos Brathwaite seemed to be sort of hinting to him that he should ultimately play for West Indies and not England.
Well, he was born in Barbados, wasn't he?
He's from Barbados, yeah. He's
yeah.
come over on a scholarship to rugby school.
Yeah.
And looks to be quite a talent.
Well, he was certainly in his element in the West Indies for England under-19s in the Under-19 World Cup.
And Dolby turns the football stand in. There will be a game there, I'm told, tonight, as that one is left by Live. I gather Leeds are playing Wakefield.
Wakefield Trinity, yes,
Trinity.
that's right, yes, just across the way there.
In the Super League, not going too well, I understand, Leeds.
No.
That seems to be a common theme for Leeds teams at the moment.
Yeah.
43 for 1.
Yes. JD has just said steady on.
I might talk myself into trouble, but it's going to be a tense weekend this weekend, isn't it?
It is, for Leeds United, absolutely.
Hannon Dolby with 3 slips in place. Right arm over bowls, and a bit of a leading edge from Live that goes out to the offside.
Yes, he didn't mean it to go there, really, but he kept it down. And, of course, Hannon Dolby, former Yorkshire bowler.
Indeed. Popular lad. He's reinvented himself. For years, he was predominantly a white ball player. Might get the occasional game in the red ball. There were lots of injuries, but now he's almost first on the team sheet for the championship side.
Useful bowler, isn't he?
Skip comes into bowl. Live plays and misses at that one. That's a good ball from Hannon Dolby.
Yes, he certainly played and missed it, as you rightly say, Clive. And yes, the man from Halifax induced a false stroke there from Adam Lythe, the man from Whitby.
Lythe at Warwickshire feels a prize wicket if they can get him. He's been very circumspect this morning, not taking any risks. For the most part, looked pretty solid, but last couple of deliveries, you can ask some questions. If he plays that next one solidly enough to mid-off.
Yes, right behind that one. As you say, he's trying to book himself in for the day, isn't he, Adam Lythe? It's early in the day, but you can tell that he wants to be there for quite a while, and and rightly so. That's got to be his mindset, surely.
Yeah, that's what Warwickshire. I'd have to say, it might sound daft since he was out for 9 or 23 balls, but Dom Sibley looked the part, I thought, yesterday morning, and you thought he might be playing that sort of innings as Hannon Dolby bowls, and it's played to point. There's no run, but then Patterson got him LBW. Apart from that, Matt Lamb looked pretty fluent for his 45. Couldn't go on, and Michael Burgess played well for his 96, but the rest found it a bit of a struggle. 43 for 1, Yorkshire applying to Warwickshire's 244 here at Headingley.
Well, of course, all the good weather we've had, the pitches have been pretty decent for batting, and so I suppose Warwickshire will be disappointed with 244 all out. But having said that, they've bowled well this morning on the whole, and they've put Yorkshire under a bit of pressure, which of course they should do. Is this Nathan McAndrew coming on?
Yeah. So the Australian, who has found it tough. First game, to be fair, he came virtually straight off the plane to play against Somerset. Didn't manage a wicket all match, despite he bowled plenty, but just couldn't make a breakthrough. And he has got 7 wickets in the subsequent 2 matches. They've tended to come in clusters. He got quite long spells without wickets, but then would get in a routine and get a few. But he's certainly not finding county cricket easy, which might say something about county cricket. Maybe it's not quite as bad as some people think.
Well, yes, and also the fact that it's been a batsman's paradise so far, I suppose.
He comes into bowl to Frayne. It's pushed out the offside, there's no run. Well, true, but at Taunton, Warwickshire sort of thought that when Somerset were batting, but they found out when they were batting that perhaps it wasn't.
And I suppose, Clive, there's a bit of pressure on Warwickshire this season, of course, because they are the county champions, aren't they?
Yes.
Pressure in that, you know what I mean by pressure in terms of that, being county champions.
There is, although I think there's always a bit of a pressure of expectation on Warwickshire, but you're right. I think where they might feel the pressure a bit more this season as McAndrew comes in, and that's left slightly late by Frame, but left. T20, they've underachieved now for, I don't much care what you call them, Bears, will do me. But they have underachieved for a few years now in that competition, and it's always a source of slight embarrassment that they staged T20 final stage so brilliantly at Edgbaston almost every year, and almost every year the Bears aren't there.
Well, yes, as far as Yorkshire are concerned, the least said about that, the better anyway. But
in comes McAndrew to bowl to Frayne, who leaves that one. So they'd like to do better than that this year, and I think they've thrown a little bit at that this season, with a view to hopefully achieving a bit more. But yes, in the Championship, I think they feel at the moment they're sort of where they were. I know it's a different format, but they're sort of where they were this time last year, which is to say they're not up at the top by any means, but they're not too far off. They're sort of
there's been lots
of mid-table,
lot of draws, haven't
exactly.
Yeah.
I do think Surrey are going to be even. I know they're going to lose players now, but I still think they're going to be very difficult to catch. That's a bouncer from McAndrew, which didn't really bother Frame very much. He just ducked underneath that. Umpire signals one for the over, and also is checking McAndrew has followed through this time.
He is.
You've already seen Hannon Dolby warned. This time there's no official warning, certainly.
Just having a look and just maybe might communicate with him before, if it does issue any warnings. Always try and work the bowler.
with only 2 matches currently in progress, including the tour match, which hasn't started. This one is defended solidly by Frayne. We've got Derbyshire playing Notts, where Notts have lost the wicket 76 for 1. After Derbyshire's 260, the rest all delayed starts on 5 Live Extra, as well as on BBC Online with BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, BBC Leeds and the Yorkshire stations. I'm Clive Egan. You hear from Jonathan Doidge as well, and Graham Orange, our special guest today. Will tell us whether all the umpiring decisions are right or wrong. What are you going?
They're always right.
Well said. McAndrew comes into bowl, and that's always a leading edge which just goes beyond the reach of McAndrew, who leaps in the air, sticks an arm out, but can't quite make contact with the ball. And he gets away with one a bit there, Frayne. He gets a single, he's on to 7, 44 for 1.
Yeah, the ball just seemed to stick in the pitch there. It was certainly a false stroke. He was playing far too soon at that. Again, the umpire just looking at the follow-through there from McAndrew. He's called over. He's not bowling now, of course, so... It's Hannon Dolby to continue from the Howard stand, or the rugby stand end if you prefer it.
Still those 3 slips in place. Ball into Frayne. And nips back a little bit at Frayne. He plays onto the leg side. There's no run. It's Neil Pratt, the umpire at this end, who was warning. Well, not warning, but checking Nathan McAndrew's follow-through. Nick Cook has already issued a warning to Ollie Hannon Dolby. So they seem a bit sharp on that today.
Does he have issues, Hannon Dolby, regarding?
No, he doesn't normally,
okay.
no, so he's quite unusual.
It may be because he's bowling to a right-hander and left-hander. He might be slightly different at the crease.
He has changed ends today. He was bowling from... we're at yesterday. Oh, that one nips back as a big LBW appeal. Umpire Nick Cook sort of leans towards.
The ball's been close to the off stump. They've lost a wicket, but both Lyth and Frayne are still there. Then they're trying to dig in and do a good job for Yorkshire.
McAndrew, 11 overs, no maidens. Sorry, 11 overs, 8 maidens, none for 9. No wickets was what I was thinking, rather than maiden.
They're still pretty impressive figures, aren't they?
Yeah. Lyth waits then. Hannon Dolby getting through plenty of work for his team this morning. And Adam Lyth drops the first ball leg side of straight. Danny Briggs in to do the fielding. Adam Lyth nearly been out there for 2 hours of batting time now. 117 minutes, during which time he's faced 77 balls. Hit 2 fours, one of those off the first ball of the innings to the covers. And he's still on just the 13.
Yes, he's in for the long haul, I think. He's hoping to be.
Hannon Dolby then racing in once again. Lyth gets a ball short of length, turns it squarish on the leg side, but Briggs is quickly round to prevent any thoughts of a single. 3 slips in place. McAndrew just having a chat with Point before he disappears off to his own fielding position. In fact, no, he's at backward point. Then it's Cover who he's talking to. Mid-off is wide-ish. Sibley is at mid-on. Briggs at mid-wicket, and then down to our right. Long leg, who's about 10 in from the boundary. As Lyth pushes forward into the offside this time. Nicely in control of it.
Yeah, this is county cricket, isn't it? As it should be. It's a hard graft for these Yorkshire batsmen. And, you know, we mustn't forget Warwickshire are the county champions. You know that they'll be wanting to impose their cricket on Yorkshire, having been, I suppose, disappointed being all out for 244.
Yeah, 53 for 1. 191 behind still Yorkshire as Hannon Dolby is in and bowling to Lyth. It's wide of off stump and It's an easy leave. Couple to come in the over, just a little bit on the chilly side, although my colleague is he's playing the role of rock-hard Yorkshireman with his T-shirt on next to me.
Yeah, I've got my coat as well, don't worry. Lyon likes to do a lot of gardening, doesn't he?
Maybe just breaks things up ball by ball for him. 3 slips waiting for an opportunity. Here's Alan Dolby. Not going to get one with that delivery, which is not a bad one, but an easy enough leave again for Adam Lyon. Joe Root next in. Harry Brook follows, then Harry Duke. He batted a long time last week for 40. And then walked right across and tried to play some sort of ramp shot, something like that. Lost his leg stump to Matt Parkinson. But he'd been out there a long time with Joe Root in particular. Dominic Best follows Duke, then Jordan Thompson, Matthew Revis, Tom Loughton. It's a strong batting lineup for Yorkshire with Patterson at number 11 and Adam Lyon. And this is the problem, isn't it, when you're out there so long? Hannon Dolby with the delivery not too far wide of off stump. And just for a moment the concentration goes. He's tempted to have a waft, and he did go at that ball hard and played and missed. And then looked up at the skies in disgust with himself. End of the over, 53 for 1.
Yes, it was, I suppose you could say fortunate there. He definitely played and missed. Played an attacking shot outside the off stump. Played and missed. And he could so easily have got an edge there through to the keeper or to the slips. But he's still there.
Can't be many county batting lineups around where you've got players who are listed, at least, we're not sure quite where they're going to go in, but listed at 9 and 10 who've made their respective first class debuts opening the batting.
Yeah.
Stephen Patterson looks like he's going to be 11, and certainly no mug with the bat either, as Will Frayne pushing this first ball of McAndrew's latest over from the Kirkstall lane end into the gap through the covers, and therefore picks up a single. Takes him on to 12. 54 for 1. The partnership, still in its relative infancy, is worth 21 at the moment.
Yes, it's certainly a strong batting lineup for Yorkshire. But they're hoping these two stay in and garner some runs, as they are doing. Partnership now is 21.
Yeah, live on strike. And waits as McAndrew comes in, right arm over the wicket. It's not a bad delivery, actually short of length, and he's trying to work it to leg and catches him probably round about the waist in the end, top of the thigh pad perhaps. Batsman beaten. Still no play between Kent and Northamptonshire. That remains 286 for 2 Kent overnight. No play before lunch in the match between Somerset and Hampshire. 211 Somerset made yesterday. Hampshire 29 without loss. Match delayed by rain as well at Old Trafford. Surprise, surprise. Essex 297 for 7. They did start though, didn't they, there this morning? But off at the moment as well, as McAndrew is in and bowling to Lyth, who opens the face and runs it out to point. There's no run. Start delayed as well at Durham Middlesex. Durham 256 for 5. Don't think they've played yet this morning there. And also the match delayed by rain now at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 94 for 2 in response to Derbyshire's 260. And no play before lunch at New Road either. Leicestershire 148, Worcestershire 159 for 2, leading by 11. So this is the only match in either division where there is any play at the moment. McAndrew is in and bowling to Lyth, who is shouldering arms to a ball on the rise as it goes by. Whips off the glove, walks away again, as Graham was suggesting. Likes to do a bit of gardening, a bit of walking between deliveries.
Yeah, gratifying to know that we're the only county match on at the moment.
And it is grey. It was grey to start with this morning, but bright. It's definitely dimmed somewhat. There are no floodlights on though at the moment still, but it's a thick cloud overhead, and there is rain forecast later. McAndrew in and bowling, and nicely played by Adam Lyth. Finds the gap through extra cover. I think the key there was he didn't try and hit it too hard. Timed it well, and they're back for 2 runs. The outfielders felt pretty slow, as Clive mentioned a few times yesterday. But I think that's been the case actually with outfields in pretty much every game that Yorkshire have played in so far. Can't speak for the other county grounds around, but they have felt a little bit slower. Or maybe just the batsman's timing's been out.
You'd have thought with the good weather we've had that they'd be fairly quick, the outfield, wouldn't you?
Yeah, 56 for 1. Lyth on 15 with that too. 1 ball to come in the 29th over of this Yorkshire first innings. McAndrew is in, and that's nicely played again by Lyth, who gets a delivery on leg stump and just helps it on its way around the corner. And Dolby doing the fielding. Single to finish the over with that. So Lyth 16, Frayne 12. 57 for 1 after 29. Points of contact, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. If you want to get in touch by email, or Clive has at BBC CWR Sport, or clive.eakin at bbc.co.uk. There's also at Jonathan Doidge on Twitter, if you prefer.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got a change of bowling. It's bowled a long spell, hasn't it, Ollie Hannon Dolby this morning? Much longer than we see most of the time, really, in county cricket for seam bowlers. 12 overs on the board for Ollie Hannon Dolby, and he's been given a well-earned breather now. And it's going to be captain Will Rhodes, by the looks of things, from the Howard stand end.
Yep, Will Rhodes. Well known in these parts, of course. And a former England under-19 captain. Sure he was. Yeah.
So he's going to bowl then. Wings the arm around and comes in and bowling round the wicket straight up to Adam Lyth, who punches one into the covers, where it's fielded on the spin by the diminutive Alex Davis. Davis, of course, opened the batting yesterday. Was the first wicket to have fallen in that Warwickshire innings. Caught a third slip by Harry Brook off Jordan Thompson for 19, and Dom Sibley followed without further addition to the scoreboard. He was LBW to Patterson for 9. Rhodes in, and that's wide of off stump, and Lyth allows it to go through. It was, of course, Will Rhodes who won the toss and decided to bat. They were 4 down by lunch yesterday. Rob Yates and Sam Hain had both been dropped, but neither drop cost Yorkshire any runs. Yates went on the same score. Shortly afterwards, caught behind by Harry Duke off Stephen Patterson for 3. Sam Hain, well, Duke went for the ball, parried it up, and Joe Root took it one-handed off the bowling of Revis for 8. As Rhodes' latest delivery is again wide of off stump, and Lyth happy to watch it go by. There were 58 for 4 at lunch, so Yorkshire's morning. And then the afternoon session, well, there was some consolidation from Warwickshire during that session. Matthew Lamb was eventually caught by Joe Root off the bowling of Revis for 45. Adam Lyth put down Will Rhodes off Tom Loughton on 25. I think that went for 4, and then he was out shortly afterwards. As Rhodes is in, and Lyth tucks that into the leg side but can't get it past Sibley, who's at mid-wicket, no run. So Rhodes went for 29, caught Brook bowled Loughton, and then Danny Briggs was bowled by Jordan Thompson for 5, so they'd moved on to 166 for 7 by T yesterday. McAndrew, he made 15 before being caught by Adam Lyth at second slip off Jordan Thompson. As Rhodes comes in again, and Lyth pushing into short cover. There's no run. Last 2 wickets to fall. Well, Henry Brooks hung around for 5 overs or so before being caught by Jordan Thompson off Tom Loughton for 8. And then finally, after a really good knock for his team, given the situation they'd got themselves in, Michael Burgess was brilliantly caught actually off his own bowling by Stephen Patterson for 96. Ollie Hannon Dolby had hung around with him for a while without scoring a run, and he was not out. So 244 all out. Final ball of that Will Rhodes over, dropped into the offside by Lythe. And there was no run. So that's how things went for Warwickshire yesterday. Yorkshire, well, Jordan Thompson and Stephen Patterson getting through another mountain of work for them. 20 overs apiece, 20.4 for Patterson. He took 3 for 43. Thompson 3 for 74. I didn't think his figures reflected how well he bowled. Revis 2 for 53 off 17. George Hill didn't take a wicket for 27 off 8. Tom Lowton 2 for 31 off 12, and Don Best bowled 4 overs for 11.
Yeah, good first over by Will Rhodes there.
Yeah, there or thereabouts. Now Will Frayne back on strike here. McAndrew goes short, and that's pulled, and that's 4. And it's a shot Will Frayne plays really well. Showed good balance there, just leaning away to the offside and helping it on its way really, but middled it as well, Graham. And it flew into the boards on the western side of the ground.
Absolutely, yes. Not the best ball I've seen this morning, but they've got to be put away, and that's what Will Frayne did. Just helped it on its way, really.
Yeah, in situations like this, you've got to take your opportunities, haven't you? It's not easy. And he's done just that. 16 now to Will Frayne, 61 for 1. Yorkshire, who resumed this morning on 28 without loss. And they have suffered just the loss of George Hill, caught by Burgess off Brooks for 25 earlier. McAndrew in and short of length, dropped into the backward point region there by Will Frayne. Dom Sibley doing the fielding. Doesn't feel great at the moment, I've got to say. I'm surprised now that there are no floodlights on. It does feel pretty gloomy, and there's a really grey, thick cloud overhead.
Yeah, I mean, the umpires haven't consulted, so they must think it's all right at the moment.
Here's McAndrew. Frayne pushing firmly into the offside. Lamb will field. No run. There's a couple of slips in place here, and the setup for the first delivery of the over. Just waiting to see how they bed down here for the next delivery to Will Frayne, but it looks like 2 slips and a gully, doesn't it, really? Or not quite wide enough to sort of call him an orthodox gully. Maybe it's 2 slips and a 4th slip. There's a gap between second anyway and the next man.
Yeah. Well, one's come out to backward square leg, really.
Yeah, here's McAndrew. Over the wicket still, wide of off stump and further away, and Frayne leaving that one. I'm looking around thinking there might be a little drop of rain.
Yeah, the umpires are looking towards the heavens.
And just looking away to the right from our commentary position to the west side of Leeds, just looks that little bit hazy in the distance, as if there might be some rain over that way. Cloud appears to be moving up from the southwest, so there is some in that direction. It's bringing it with it. McAndrew in, and Frayne drops it out into the offside, and there's no run, and it is, yes, definitely raining now. And the umpires are looking at each other as if they might decide to come off, and that is indeed the decision. So at 12:23, and with Yorkshire on 61 for 1, both batsmen on 16. We're going to have a break for rain with 1 ball left in the 31st over of play. The cover's quickly being brought on because it's not heavy, but it's starting to come down steadily. The ground staff whipping those on. Adam Lythe having a chat with a couple of the Warwickshire boys on his way off. He's batted 66 minutes so far, 40 balls. Hit 2 fours. No, he hasn't. That's Will Frayne, who's been shown on the board. He's made 16. Going to say Adam Lythe's batted a lot longer than that. They've put on 28 for the second wicket so far from 87 deliveries, and just the 1 wicket taker for Warwickshire is Henry Brooks, 1 for 24 from 9 overs. So they're taking a break, and I think we will do the same until we see some more play out there in the middle at Headingley. But looking at the gloom overhead and the rain coming down, then given it's already 25 past 12, Not entirely sure we're going to see much now before the lunch break, and then we'll see what happens from there on in. The forecast was for rain to arrive, but later in the day, wasn't it? 3 o'clock onwards. Well, according to the stewards and spectators, apparently. Didn't hear any weather forecast at all myself. But that's we're done for the moment at Headingley, and so we shall drop the microphone for now, with a reminder that after 30 overs and 5 balls, and with rain having stopped play, Yorkshire in their first innings are 61 for 1.
chances went down, but as I say, quite a few plays and misses.
Well, Will Rose, who just brought himself into the attack before the rain breaks, bowled 1 over, which was a maiden. He's now going to continue his spell from the Howard stand end. Rugby ground behind him. He's just got 2 slips in place, just bowling on leg stump. Lyth turns it around to mid-wicket where it's cut off.
Yes, bowling round the wicket, right arm round to the left-hander Lyth. I have to say, I'm not a great fan of, even when left-handers are on strike, for bowlers bowling round the wicket, because I think it sometimes negates the LBW. But anyway, I mean, it's not impossible to get an LBW, but it's, you know, I'd like to see him bowling over the wicket. There we are.
Rose comes in to bowl, and that's played on the onside. There's no run. If it's been mischievous, Warwickshire might be chuntering they can't get LBWs anyway at that end. 61 for 1. That's the score.
Yeah, I take your point.
No. So Adam Lyth doing a good job here. He's the one that Warwickshire will most be sort of worried about if he manages to stay in for the long term. He could be a real thorn in their side. Rhodes comes in to bowl too. He drives out, doesn't come out of the middle of the bat, gets it to mid-on.
Yeah, you won't want to get out now after,
No.
you know, is grafted for 16. He's been in for a long time. And so, you know, if he gets out now, he won't be best pleased.
Yeah, that's a fair point that he's done, in some ways, done the hard work to readjust, of course, having come back after the interval, which came a little earlier than planned. Rhodes bowls, it's left, outside off stump.
Yeah, don't speak too soon, but it's brightening up considerably.
Yeah. Well, what's happening elsewhere in the country, I mean, games are beginning to get back on some of them. Not so much down south, but still haven't started at Northampton or at Taunton, though they are saying they are going to start at 1:40 at Taunton, Somerset against Hampshire. Will Rhodes into bowl, and that's defended by Lyth. There's no run. I did notice earlier they were saying they were off because of a wet outfield, implying that it wasn't actually raining, but just hadn't dried out. No play yet at Lords. Are on at Old Trafford, where Essex are 341 for 8 now. 2 more overs to go in terms of bonus points, so that'll be quite an entertaining little battle at the moment. Essex need another 9 runs in 2 overs. Lancashire need another wicket. They are playing at Trent Bridge. I don't think they've been interrupted there thus far. Will Rhodes into bowl, and that's driven by Lyth to mid-off. Notts 122 for 2, planted Derbyshire 260. They have started now at New Road today, where Worcestershire in command, 175 for 2, replying to Leicestershire's 148. Here, Yorkshire yet to add since they came back on, a 61 for 1.
Yeah, it's been a strange weather forecast as far as I'm concerned, because we weren't due to have any significant rain until 3 o'clock. Well, we've had that, and now it's brightening up. So anyway, there we are. It is what it is.
Yes, perhaps the rain came a bit earlier than some of the forecasters were saying. It's there's no rain clouds up above now. It's just white overhead. Nathan McAndrews coming into bowl, and that's does not require Frayne to do anything other than watch it go by.
Yes, he's struggling for a bit of rhythm, McAndrew, isn't he? It seems to be anyway.
Yes, he's not found it easy. He's due to play, was originally signed with the intention of playing 10 championship matches. That became 9 because his arrival was delayed. This is his 4th game. He comes in to bowl. It's punched away to point. Tumbling stop there, so Frayne doesn't get a run. It is probably as bright as it's been all day so far at the moment.
Absolutely. I think the sun is trying to come out. I think it has come out. So let's just hope that we get the rest of the day in now, because this is I think a fascinating match so far.
Still finely poised, but Yorkshire will feel they're in a decent position. That one is left by Frayne.
Well, from Yorkshire's point of view, if they can get to 100 for one, then yes. But if Warwickshire can nip a couple out now, then they're right back in it. As if they've been out of it. At some point, I just want to mention a new pavilion that's being opened on Sunday. I'll mention that in a moment.
McAndrew. Oh, well, it's a short delivery, which Frayne has a look at, but it goes down the leg side. He doesn't play at it.
Yes, he was very tempted there, wasn't he, for a second or two?
Just one man out on the long leg boundary. Should he miscue a tempted hook or pull? Pretty orthodox looking field from Warwickshire at the moment. Nothing's gone into the slip cordon for them thus far. The one catch behind that was taken. McAndrew bowls, and that's left by Frayne. Scuttles through to Michael Burgess, who made 96 with the bat yesterday. Warwickshire all out for 244.
Yes, he batted very well, didn't he? And thank goodness he did for Warwickshire, from Warwickshire's point of view. He's also made a big score this summer, hasn't he?
He's made 2.
Yeah, right.
He's now actually Warwickshire's top run scorer. He's on 480 runs for the season.
Yeah, the one I'm thinking of, 178.
Yeah, and he's made 170 as well.
Oh, right.
McAndrew comes into bowl, and it's an appeal for LBW, only really from the bowler. That's Frayne played forward to that, and it's not out.
Yeah, I think he was hit outside the off stump playing a shot there.
He made the one, I mean, both of them actually involved Ollie Hannon-Dalby, offering some resistance at the end, but there was a remarkable one. I think against, I'm trying to remember which of the 2 games it was, and I think it was against, might have been against Essex actually, where Hannon-Dalby went a ridiculous number of deliveries without scoring, but stayed in while, and he hit a whole load of 6s as well, Burgess. That's a guided, nice, that's a good shot by Live. Rose bowling to him, a little bit short, and Live has just guided that to backward point for 4. And that will have felt good. He's on to 20, 65 for 1.
Yes, in total control there, Live, and guided it square on the offside for 4. Not the best of deliveries, but as I said before, he got to put them away, and he certainly did. So he moves on to 20. Yeah, whilst retrieving the ball, I've had a text from Mark Dexter of Olicanians Cricket Club in Ilkley. It says, hi Graham, can you mention that Ollie's new £500,000 pavilion will be opened at 1 PM on Sunday by Ryan Sidebottom.
Lovely.
I'll continue after this.
Rose comes around the wicket, it's left by Live.
And the new pavilion, which replaces the one destroyed in an arson attack on the 25th of August 2019, in brackets the day of Ben Stokes' Headingley heroics, will be named the David House Pavilion in memory of the club's chairman who died in December. I remember David. And it's been a long road back, he says, but the new building is magnificent, and he's sent me a photo. It's absolutely true.
Will Rhodes, it's a bowl, and it's a left.
And he says, of course, George Hill and Harry Brook started at Ollie's as 7-year-olds in the under-9s. Although he says we give due recognition to Harry as a product of Burley Cricket Club. Everyone is welcome to come to the opening when a match between an Ollie's 11 and an overseas 11 will play for the Olicanian Ashes.
Sounds good. In comes Rhodes. So those 2 slips, that's drifting away from Live. He's able to leave that. And
the Olicanian Ashes is a trophy containing 2 charred bales, all that remains of the former pavilion and its contents. So I remember, it's a club that's close to my heart, is Olicanians, because I remember for a season or 2 coaching their under-9s, and it was very enjoyable. It's a lovely club in Ilkley. So if you can get to their opening of the new pavilion on Sunday, please do.
Rhodes Bowles. That's well, a attempted drive from Lyon that comes off an inside edge and rolls up to mid-on. He's wearing number 9.
Yes, they say the man from Whitby on the Yorkshire coast.
Rhodes. Bowles. That's left. So he's a good lever live. He seems to judge them pretty well. There's a few times the fielders and bowlers have shouted in anguish, but he clearly knows where his off stump is.
Yeah.
And he leaves that one 65 for 1.
Yes, good opening batsman, can leave well. And so McAndrew will continue to bowl from the Kirtston Lane end, and the right-handed Will Frayne will be on strike, and he's on 16.
So McAndrew comes in looking for a wicket again. A bit of a zip about that one, but it's left outside off stump by Frayne.
Yeah, that was pacey. One or two of his deliveries, when they'd gone through to the keeper, have been sort of dying, as it were, but that one went through at a fair rate of knots.
Those bulbs that were on and the floodlights have gone off now. It might have been an error, I don't know. There was a time, I mentioned this a few times before at Edgbaston, but there was one bulb that just would not go out. It was on for days. They couldn't get it, they couldn't switch it off.
That's annoying, isn't it?
In comes McAndrew to bowl and push the offside. He did all the obvious things, switch the whole thing off and on again, on and off again.
Can you not climb up there and take the bulb out?
Well, that's what they were looking at. But
yeah.
How do you replace those bulbs, I wonder?
Oh, I don't know, but I bet they cost a bob or two.
Yeah. Because the lights in the Edgbaston here, they go straight up the high poles and just bend in slightly at the top. At Edgbaston, they're pointing much further in. They had to do that because of the light pollution that residents were concerned about. McAndrew comes into bowl. That's pushing the offside. There's no run. When they had temporary, I think Warwickshire were the first to have lights at a county championship match. When they used to have the temporary lights in, there were quite justifiable complaints from neighbours who found their houses were being lit.
Their sleep
rather
disturbed.
sharply.
Yeah.
Dennis Amos was shown one house, so you had to admit you could do your gardening in it while the floodlights were on. It was that bright, so they had to bend the lights in as far as they could into the ground, into the stadium. In comes McAndrew once again to bowl, and that one is pushed onto the onside for no run, 65 for 1.
Well, I sometimes umpire at a school near York, and they have floodlights, which is unusual for a school, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
They must have got a nice grant from somewhere at some point then.
Well, Queen Ethelburga's school near York.
65 for 1 here, so still fairly slow going for Yorkshire, but they won't mind that. Important thing for them is that they build an innings. Still plenty of time left in this match. They can get a decent first innings lead. They can put Warwickshire under very big pressure. McAndrew bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside by Frayne for no run. Frayne, who was hit on the head, he headed one away for 4 leg byes earlier as he tried to take evasive action. He sort of tried to shrug it off, but obviously in this day and age, once the ball makes any contact with the helmet, then all sorts of protocols come into play. We had a delay, which I think Jonathan timed at 6 minutes while he was being checked, but it didn't seem to be any worse for the wear, and has remained out there. Since in comes McAndrew, and it's a decent delivery, which is well defended by Frayne, and it's the end of another over, and it's still slow going, but still there. 65 for 1, 35 overs bowled. I'm going to make a bold prediction here that Yorkshire are not going to get maximum batting points.
Yes.
But they won't worry about that. What they want is a significant first innings lead.
Yeah, and then what they do want then is a big W, a win.
Yeah.
Yeah, Frayne has had his problems, but he seems to have settled down now. probably the kiss of death, me saying that now, but I've said it.
Rhodes to Live, and Live pushes that to the onside. So just that one scoring shot since they came back 15 minutes ago. It was a splendid shot from Live for 4. Other than that, but also not a huge amount of excitement from the bowling side. There was one LBW appeal from Nathan McAndrew, which didn't get a lot of support from his teammates. Other than that, there's not really too much flashing past the bat. Rhodes to Live, and that's left.
There was, of course, the leave by
Frayne, yeah, I was talking about after lunch, but yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yeah,
There was a few in the morning session. There was a few that did a bit, and there was,
Yeah.
you say, Frayne left one, and it was a very enthusiastic LBW appeal.
Shouldering arms.
Sam, well, I noticed Sam Hain was jumping up and down, but I suppose he probably thinks, well, how many times have I been given out doing that? So come on. That one is pushed out to the onside for no run by Live. He's the worst way to get out, isn't it? About when you're not offering a shot. Well, the worst, I suppose, is when the ball clatters into your snubs.
Well, I think the worst way to get out is run out at the non-striker's end when there's a straight drive and the bowler gets a little hand onto it and you're stranded outside the popping crease.
Yes,
I think that's
at
an
least
awful way.
you can curse your luck a little bit there, but well, in comes Rhodes to bowl. That's just on leg stump, and Live is taking advantage of a slightly wayward delivery to work it out to the leg side for 2 runs. He moves on to 22, 67 for 1. Happened to Jack Hain when he was heading off what I think would have been his maiden first-class century. He's got plenty, so he's got 2 in a row this season, but at the time, playing against Warwickshire, and he was on something like 87, and it happened to him. That was a bit cruel.
In terms of LBW, you mean?
No, sorry, that's
run
out, backing
yes.
up.
It is a cruel way to
Although
go.
when I worked here and reported here, I was told in no uncertain terms that you could not describe the batter as unlucky to be out that way. In comes Rhodes to bowl, and that's played to mid-off because he should be in his crease. I'm not sure I've ever entirely accepted that line of thought, although I understand it.
Well, I understand it, yes, but yeah.
I think you're a bit unlucky.
You're a bit unlucky, I think. Yeah.
67 for 1. In comes Rhodes to bowl to Live. It's played to mid-on, and there's no run. I think it was Jack Hain in that game was involved in a slightly curious one with the umpires where he made a stop. You know how fielders make a stop on the boundary and they're not always sure whether he genuinely clearly thought he'd stopped it. But I think one of his coaching staff was walking around there. They said to me, Jack, you did. And so he desperately tried to attract the umpire's attention. No, it wasn't. But he couldn't attract his attention, so it stayed as a 3 or a 2 or whatever it was.
Okay.
Well, he tried to be honest.
Well, yeah.
So there we are.
Well,
he did his best. Anyway, McAndrew still looking for this wicket. Comes to bowl to Frayne. Pitches that one up. Frayne drives it nicely through the covers for 4. His first run since lunch. A nice shot. He moves on to 20. 71 for 1.
yes, that's a lovely cover drive for 4 by Frayne. He seems to be settling in now, as I said before, and I think that, these two are doing a good job for Yorkshire.
38 added now. What should be getting anxious. For all, they bowled pretty well this morning. Didn't translate into a flurry of wickets. McAndrew bowls. That's another glorious drive through the covers from Frayne. Successive 4s from him. And Yorkshire are beginning to start pedalling. 75 for 1.
Yes, that was even better. Having said that, it was a rank half volley. And as I say, it's going to be put away, but yeah, good shot. So 8 off 2 balls, successive balls for Frayne.
McAndrew polishes the ball on his shirt. Comes in once again. It's a better delivery. It's played to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, that was a better delivery. He pinned him on the back foot and he played slightly across it. He got enough bat on it.
Sometimes struggled to stop the runs in that game against Somerset, where he bowled a lot of overs. He didn't get a wicket. He didn't bowl a maiden either in the entire match, if memory serves me correctly. He has bowled 3 maidens so far in this one. He's going for about 3 and over. He's in now to bowl to Frayne. Hits that off his toes. Nice shot, but this time it's gone straight to mid-wicket, so he gets nothing for it.
A yard either side of that fielder, that would have been 4.
Danny Briggs doing the stop. Yes, no one on the sweeper position on the leg side. The only man on the boundaries down at a wide, long leg.
Yeah, just struggling a little bit with his line and length, McAndrew, at the moment.
He's in again, pitches that one up, and he's stretching for it a bit. Frayne, wrapped on the pads, the ball rolls out to the offside.
Yeah, I thought for a split second that was another cover drive, but no, it just wrapped him on the pad. He may have got an inside edge onto that actually, but it was outside the off stump, pitched outside the off stump.
Warwickshire with the 4 seamers. I dare say see Danny Briggs in at some point with spin. McAndrew bowls. It's a left by Frayne. It was a tightish one, but this goes through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over. A couple of boundaries to Will Frayne in it. He's on to 24 in Yorkshire, 75 for 1 after 37.
Yeah, just thinking of Danny Briggs, he'll have some work to do today, and of course we're pretty sure that both Hannon Dolby and McAndrew have been officially warned for going on the protected area, so that'll be on their minds. The last thing Warwickshire would want was be a bowler to be taken out of the attack.
So Will Rhodes in again round the wicket to Lythe, who leaves that one as it bounces away. Another dot ball. Henry Brooks is just doing a little bit of exercising, a bit of stretching. I saw him do one practice delivery during the last over, so I think he may be coming back into the attack shortly.
I thought he bowled pretty well.
Yeah, indeed. In comes Rhodes, and that's pushed out the offside by Lythe for no run. Warwickshire in need of wickets. They've stopped Yorkshire getting away, but they need wickets. We've got a pretty modest total of 244 to defend.
Yeah, Lythe is very watchful, isn't he?
Rhodes comes in to bowl to him, and he's watchful there as he plays it back to the Warwickshire captain. Fields off his own bowling. Still having quite a tough season with the bat. Will Rhodes did get that 99 against Northants. Hang on, I mean, he got 29 in this game, but didn't really look very comfortable out there. He's in now to bowl, and Lyon drops a bat on that. They think about a run, which would have been very interesting if they'd gone for it, but they declined it eventually as Dom Sibley fielded.
Yeah, it's probably the correct decision there. Well, I think the clouds are a bit higher.
Yeah, feels a lot brighter, more sultry. Rhodes bowls left by Lythe again. Lythe the lever, 75 for 1.
Yeah, it's very watchful, and he's the anchor for this innings. There's no question about that.
Rhodes bowling, Lyon leaves it. That's the end of the over. Watchful over from Adam Live, 75 for 1.
Do you think Danny Briggs might just come on fairly soon? Yeah, just for a bit of variety.
Maybe when Will Rhodes' spell finishes, perhaps.
Yeah.
We are going to see Henry Brooks in now for McAndrew. And he'll be bowling to Will Frayne to start with. 9 overs, and his first spell 1 for 24. And comes in now with 3 slips in place, just straining down the leg side, and Frayne has taken advantage and clipped it very nicely through mid-wicket for 4. His third boundary in fairly quick succession for Will Frayne.
Yeah, that was a loose delivery there. His first ball in this new spell for Brooks, and just a bit too short and clipped off his hips by Will Frayne. He's very good on the leg side, is Frayne. He can't really bowl to him there.
Coaches hate looseners from bowlers. Jason Gillespie was on commentary with me when Yorkshire were playing at Edgbaston a few years ago. His next one is pushed out the offside, and I was just commenting on how often Ryan Sidebottom that's the Yorkshire Ryan Sidebottom, was getting wickets with the first ball of his spells. And Jason Gillespie was saying he doesn't bowl looseners, he makes sure he's ready first ball to get it right. And it does irritate me when I think, oh, that was a loosener. It's not good, you know. You've got to surely, you have to be ready first ball, don't you?
Well,
it's
you
easy
do.
to say sitting up here, but
yes, you do, and especially at this level of cricket.
Brooks bowls to Frayne, who pushes out to the onside for no run.
I mean, we were just saying that Brooks bowled pretty well before lunch, and he's taken the 1 wicket to fall so far today, that of George Hill. Ironically, not one of his better deliveries, but that's what happens in cricket. I think it's a ball that Hill could well have shouldered arms to, but he had a waft at it and was caught behind.
Brooks bowls, and that's defended. There's no run. Still 79 for 1, Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's been slow going, but it's probably what's required as far as Yorkshire are concerned.
Yep, Brooks bowls, that's left by Frayne. Just making, again, a fairly late decision to leave it.
Yeah, good delivery as well. That's where he should be bowling. Those are the areas. Frayne is on 28, facing now, and Lythe, his partner, at the non-striker's end, is on 22.
They've added 46 now for this partnership. What you need to break it up. Brooks bowls, and that's worked through the offside by Frayne. He's beaten the dive of the cover fielder. There's only time for him to get 1 run. And he duly gets that. Are you going to come in, Johnson? After as they say in all great commentaries, after a word from Graham Orange, it'll be Jonathan Deutsch.
That's Clive, yep. So that was the end of the over. 80 for 1, Yorkshire, in reply to Warwickshire's 244, all out. And the sun's coming out. Prospects are looking fairly good at the moment.
Poor old Clive there, sounding like he needs to go tap up the Warwickshire physio for a bit of work as he got out of the chair. Bit of assistance.
Looks like Will Rhodes continuing from the Howard stand end, and it's to the right-handed Will Frayne.
Here comes Rhodes then, Frayne across and solidly behind that one, pushing it up to mid-on. Yeah, feels just a bit better, doesn't it, this first half hour of the afternoon session, batting condition-wise, compared to this morning, with a little bit of brightness about, but still, I think there's still some evidence that the ball doing a little bit out there after 39 overs.
Yeah, but it looks a little bit easier now to regarding batting. 80 for 1 Yorkshire.
Partnership worth 47 then so far. Make that 48 or even 9, because Will Frayne has worked that nicely through the gap at mid-wicket and will pick up a comfortable 2 in the end. 33 to him, 80. Or will it be 33? Did they put it on straight away as he was running? We'll wait for a moment.
But he worked it off, nice off his legs, Will Frayne there.
31 I think they've settled on, so 82 for 1. Yeah, it's a strong, productive area for him. Just the 2 slips in place now and a ring field. And he's had a go at this one wide of off stump. Not dissimilar to the shot that saw George Hill get out earlier. Didn't need to have the waft.
Yeah.
He's got away with it.
Just been praising him, and that wasn't a great shot. He should have shouldered arms at that one.
So here comes Rhodes once again. Past umpire Cook, he's down the leg side. They're appealing for a caught behind, and he has gone leaning away to the offside. He's feathered it through to wicketkeeper Michael Burgess, and that is the end of Will Frayne for 31. 82 for the loss of 2 wickets, Yorkshire.
Yes, strangled on the leg side there, and Burgess, the keeper, takes his second catch of the innings. Is dismissed both batsmen, and Will Frayne will not be happy with that, to be caught down the leg side by the keeper. We've just been praising his work on the leg side, but he got that one wrong, and he trudges off.
Yep, 100 minutes, 69 deliveries, including 5 fours. And that brings a round of applause for Will Frayne as he leaves, and in equal measure for Joe Root, who comes running on, skips from side to side, and is Yorkshire's number 4.
Yep, Joe Root comes to the crease. And I was going to say 2 England batsmen at the crease now. Of course, Lyon is a former England batsman. And he has scored a century. Was it against New Zealand, JD? I'm sure it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, partnership was worth 49 for the second wicket there. Wicket falling at 153, 39.4 overs into this Yorkshire first innings. So Will Frayne caught, as I say, with a little leg side strangle by Michael Burgess off Will Rhodes. It all looked a bit routine in the end, didn't it? But the finger was raised in confirmation that he had got a tickle on it. And so Joe Root just taking his guard at the moment. And waiting for Will Rhodes, or Will Rhodes rather waiting for him to get ready. Let me introduce you to Joe Root. He's a young fellow, 31 years of age, born in Sheffield, December 1990, and he works his first ball square on the leg side. He's played 117 test matches, scoring 9,889 test runs at 49.19. I think he's up there in the realms of greatness in that respect. First class runs 14,494. This is his 185th first class match, and he's got a highest score of 254. And he's working this ball up to mid-on, where Sibley fields to complete that wicket-taking Rhodes over. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8 for the Warwickshire captain, and Yorkshire 82 for 2 at the end of 40 overs.
Yeah, so breakthrough there for Warwickshire. Exactly what they needed. And say, it was sort of a strange dismissal, really. Strangled on the leg side, caught by the keeper, Will Frayne, and but Lythe is still there on 22.
Yep, little chat between the pair. A bit of gardening from Adam Lythe. 22 in 169 minutes and 117 deliveries, including just the 3-4s. He's doing his very best to book in for a second lot of bed and breakfast, Adam Lythe, having started, of course, last night. He's worked that first delivery of Henry Brooks' over into the leg side, but there was no run.
Yeah, so Yorkshire need to rebuild here, and who better than to rebuild with Adam Lythe and Joe Root.
Brooks again then pushing off from our commentary position end, the Kirkstall Lane end, wide of off stump and short of length. So both on line and length, Adam Lythe has an easy leave. Still looks a little bit blowy and blustery out there, looking at the ripple effect on the players' clothing.
Yeah, it's just clouded over a bit more, I think. So far, we're okay.
Yeah, no immediate threat of rain as Brooks comes in. And that's driven by Lythe quite firmly, but straight along the deck to Dominic Sibley, who's taken up a position at cover. Interesting, Sibley, because you tend to get players fielding in. In fact, it's not Sibley, my apologies. It's Danny Briggs, I was going to say. Sibley looked actually at one stage, or a few times today, dotted around in various different fielding positions. I know you've got to be able to do that, but tend to see players fielding the same spots vast majorities of the time, and Sibley himself is at point here as Brooks comes in and is pulled by Adam Lythe, who's not got that spot on the way it's travelled to the boundary, but it certainly had enough power behind it to get it to the northeast boundary rope and bobbling into the board. 4 more to him, 26 then to Lythe, 86 for 2.
Yeah, it's too short by Brooks, and Lythe took full advantage of that. Good shot.
Get in touch on Jonathan Doidge or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. As Brooks bowls to Lythe, who thinks about the drive and then shoulders arms. Jeremy Crow asks, I'm sure he'll have said in commentary, and I've missed it, but is David Milan injured or just being rested? I think it's an Achilles issue, Jeremy. And Neil says, afternoon, Doidge, you're probably my fault. Probably is, Neil. But I meant a century of runs, not balls faced for Lythe. Still, good to see him scrapping. And he is doing that right now and pushing nicely through the covers. That's a well-timed shot, if not firmly gone up by the man. And you've got to trust Adam Lythe on that one. It doesn't feel like a day where you can go too hard at the ball because there is a bit of movement, but he got 2 runs for it. Sensible cricket, Graham Orange.
Absolutely, and if these two can bed in now for Yorkshire, then you know, that's exactly what the county needs. 88 for 2, Root yet to score, but a couple of nice shots in that over by Adam Lythe. And Yorkshire will be hoping that, as I say, these two can stay in and put up a significant partnership. Long way to go yet, but the signs are good.
Joe Root just rechecking the positions of the fielders. It's 2 balls, that's all so far, yet to get off the mark. But he's once again facing Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire skipper, and turning that first ball into the leg side where Alex Davies does the fielding, no run.
Yes, just speculating as when Danny Briggs could join the attack. You thought it'd be fairly soon.
Rhodes then, turning at the end of his run. Going in past umpire Nick Cook. It's wide of off stump and Root shouldering arms. Joe Root has got a habit of coming in and just wanting to get off the mark. I know all batsmen want to do that, but you know what I'm saying. It's usually fairly quick that he knocks a first single somewhere. Maybe gets a bad ball and puts it away for 4. So they'll want to keep him dry. But there's always tends to be a certain pace, a certain momentum about a Joe Root innings. And he's getting a delivery around about leg stump and flicked it on the deck to mid-on. No run.
You mentioned Dom Sibley. I remember being at the Oval when he scored a double century against Yorkshire a few years ago. And in fact, I think he was still at school when he did that. Was it Whitgift School? I think it was.
Okay. 88 for 2. Rhodes to Root, who tries to pull the bat away for a leave, but actually cannons off his bat into the deck. And then Sam Hain, who I noticed when the lunch break was on, has got one of those modern day, sort of like a 21st century mullet. He does the fielding there. Shaved down the sides and a bit longer at the back.
Right, okay.
It's not something that's likely to trouble you, I don't think, Graham, in the future.
Probably right.
Rhodes to Root, who plays that top of the bounce to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, I might surprise you when you see me next time.
Are you going to turn up in a syrup? So Root still to get off the mark, having now faced 7 deliveries. Here's number 8, because Rhodes is bowling it now and he is off the mark, and that's a lovely shot by Root, who's offered some width. Again, it's slowing up over the Headingley turf and won't quite make the boundary down to our right. Kirk's to the lane end of the ground, but it will be a comfortable 3 for the former England's captain. And that makes Yorkshire 91 for 2 at the end of the 42nd.
You could tell he wanted to get off the mark there. A flashing blade there, and 3 runs down to third man. Outfield is very slow, I think. In normal circumstances, as it were, that would have gone for 4. But he's off the mark, you say, with 3. 91 for 2, Yorkshire, in reply to Warwickshire's 244.
Root is just taking his guard with his back to the Howard stand end of the ground for the first time, having got the 3. And he's going to face his first Henry Brooks delivery. Brooks 1 for 35 from 11 overs and 3 maidens so far. Number 10 on his back, big white sweatband on his left wrist, which he throws in front of him as he goes through with that action. Right arm over the wicket, pushed into the offside by Root. No run.
Yes, of course, Root will be wanting to get a big score in readiness for the first Test match against New Zealand on the 2nd of June. Although, of course, he's playing for Yorkshire today.
Here's Brooks again then. Scurrying in. It's around about leg stump, and good balance again from Root as he plays that, just leaning off side of the ball and turning it backward of square leg. Was fumbled by the fielder coming in from long leg, who was Ollie Hannon Dolby. And there was a couple of yelps about maybe thinking about a second run, but I think the sensible option prevailed, and Root stays rooted at the non-striker's end then, having moved on to 4. Yorkshire 92 for 2.
Yes, there was, for a split second I thought they were going to have a mix-up there, but all's well that ends well.
Here's Brooks bowling this time to Lithe, the stifled appeal, because I think there was a bit of bat. Yeah, he looks at his outside edge of his bat, or inside edge of his bat it would have been. And a bit of pad, thudded into the pad as well. 3 left in this, the 43rd over. Conditions still okay at the moment. We have had a rain delay if you've joined us more recently. They went off at 12:23 and decided to take lunch early at 12:40 to minimise time lost. This delivery from Brooks is worked wide of mid-on. Matthew Lamb round to field, and they get through for another single.
Yeah. I think what you will find, of course, especially Root coming in now, is that the scoreboard will keep ticking over.
Yeah, Adam Lyth yet to fully open his shoulders. He's now been batting for 3 hours. Faced 125 deliveries, faced 29. So if anybody's seeing it well in these conditions out there, it certainly should be him. Brooks is in. Bit of width for Joe Root. And you can't offer that to the England captain, who, again, just used the pace of the ball to steer that away off the middle. Square on the offside for 4.
Yes, a lovely shot by Joe Root. And the bowler punished there. Bowling down the wrong line. As Yorkshire progressed to almost 197 for 2.
What sort of riposte has the Warwickshire bowler got here then? Brooks, well, he straightens things up, and Root turns that to McAndrew, who's fielding that mid-on, and that will complete the 43rd over then. So Lyth 29, Root on 8. Partnership already worth 15. They've been together for just 3 overs and 2 balls, and Yorkshire 97 for 2 in response to Warwickshire's first innings total of 244 all out.
Yes, Yorkshire making decent progress now, closing in on that 100. And there's no doubt in my mind that Joe Root is looking to score now. Looks like Oliver Hannon-Dolby is coming back on at the Howard stand end.
Yeah, he bowled a long time this morning, and pretty well to boot. He's yet to take a wicket, but 12 overs, 9 maidens, none for 9. Just suggests that he was pretty tight, wasn't he? Very tight.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. I just thought Briggs may have come on now, but they've reverted back to Hannon-Dolby, former Yorkshire player from Halifax.
Here is Hannon-Dolby then from the Howard stand end. Adam Lyth just allowed an easy leave again there, just feeling it just changes, doesn't it, every minute or two. It's not really strong wind out there, but it's strong enough to visibly see the clouds moving on. And they do look to be coming up from sort of southwestish, and there's plenty of darkness to the underside of them. Floodlights not on at the moment. Hannon-Dolby turns then in towards Lyth, who's backing across and dropping that into the turf out towards Gully, where Brooks fields, no run.
Yep. And one of the umpires there just stretching his legs at square leg. It's Cook at the far end, isn't it? The bowler's end. Who's the one on this end?
Let me remind myself.
Sorry.
Neil Pratt. As Hannon-Dolby is in, that's wide of off stump, and again Lyth happy to watch it go through. As you'd expect, Warwickshire still on the attack in the field. Yorkshire haven't got away in the sense that they've blazed the ball all around the park. They're going at 2.23 and over. It's been a watchful collective effort so far by the 4 batsmen that we've seen out there for the White Rose, but still 2 slips and a gully in place. Will Rhodes is the gully. He wants some wickets from his team, the Warwickshire captain, and here's Hannon-Dolby trying to do just that, and he does get an outside edge of Adam Lyth's bat, who was squared up slightly, and the ball skewed out to Brooks at point. No run.
Yeah, it's a fairly attacking field, but it's got to be, hasn't it? Because Warwickshire need wickets. And
2 to have fallen so far. George Hill caught Burgess bowled Brooks for 25 before lunch, and then Will Frayne caught Burgess bowled Rhodes since lunch, a leg side strangle. He was out for 31. Alan Dolby, little skip at the start of his run, comes in then to Lyth and gives him a bit of width. Nicely played by Adam Lyth, but a good piece of fielding at point once again by Brooks. No run. It's a shot Adam Lyth plays well. In fact, when he's playing well, he plays shots all around the wicket. 360 players I think we've seen not only in red ball but in white ball cricket as well.
yes, and the white ball cricket will soon be tested, won't it? i.e. next week.
Yeah, just what, 5 or 6 days away to that first game next Wednesday. Alan Dolby in. Lyth with another easy leave. That is over. Signals Nick Cook, and Yorkshire remain 97 for 2 at the end of it. That's 44 now bowled. Still 64 remaining in the day's play.
Yes, there's a lot of cricket to come today. Let's just hope the rain stays away. Any bad light stays away. We can get a more or less a full day's cricket. And was it 17 minutes we lost, JD? 17?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Let's hope that's all that we lose. And it's Brooks who continues from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Bowling here to Root, who drives into the offside. But he's up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, when you look at Ruth, he's got all the time in the world, hasn't he, with his shots. He just... Oh, as I speak, the floodlights are starting to come on. And the light has just deteriorated a little bit.
Yeah, not the best at the moment. Brooks is in, bowling to Root, who plays the original line to a ball that looks like it nips away from him. And I say it looks like it nips away from him because we are not straight on behind the bowler's arm, which actually would be pretty difficult to do on the strip they're playing on unless you're standing on the staircase to the left of the pavilion. We're probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 strips to the right. So our position is actually level with where, if you can see him, where Danny Briggs is starting walking in here to this Henry Brooks delivery, which is full and middle stumpish, and Root works it to Lamb, who's positioned at mid-on.
Yeah,
no run.
Lamb just lost his footing there. But he didn't have to stop the ball. Yes, the floodlights are taking effect now, which is a great shame. But you never know, we might get away with it.
Yeah, been back out there for going on for an hour since the resumption. That early lunch was taken at 12:40 to 1:20. Brooks in and bowling to Root, who gets an edge, but that is soft hands fortunately for Joe Root, and then into the turf, one bounce to Sam Hain at second slip. So that danger with the overheads, a little bit of movement still, despite the fact that the ball is nigh on 45 overs old, it's still there.
Yes.
Good piece of bowling by Brooks.
Batting doesn't appear to be all that easy.
Here's Brooks again then. Root firmly pushing forward behind that. Brooks misses out. Don't know if he had a word or not with the former England skip. But, there was certainly an extended period of eye contact as the ball was driven to McAndrew up at mid-off in his sleeveless quote-unquote sweater. Not quite sure that you can really call him that these days.
With a 0 on his back.
Changing the field because Briggs has been dispatched from mid-wicket out to deep backward square leg. He's about 5 in from the boundary rope. Will Brooks try the short ball en route? No. It's wide of off stump, in fact, and carved into the deck to gully, where the fielding will complete that over with Brooks 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41. He took the wicket of George Hill, and Yorkshire, after 45 overs of their first innings, just strolling along, I guess, at 2.16 an over, 97 for 2.
Yeah, Warwickshire are sort of subduing Yorkshire, if you put it like that, at the moment. Giving them very few easy balls to hit. And it's Hannon Dalby start a new over from the Howard stand end to the left-handed Adam Lythe,
who's playing with an open face here. Got a good contact on that from Hannon Dalby, who gave him a little bit of room to work with, and the diving Brooks, diving to his right, couldn't reel that in, so that's 4 runs through backward point, and means that Yorkshire have 100 on the board. It took 142 balls for the first 50, 129 for the second 50, and they are 101 for 2.
Yeah, just as I was saying that Warwickshire kept it fairly tight. He bowls a loose delivery to Lyon, the first ball of his over, and it's hit for 4.
Yeah, once again is Hannon Dalby, and that's with an open face. Sees another 4, very similar, just a little bit finer this time from Adam Lythe, but again, been offered a little bit of room. And Dalby's asking for a change in the field, but maybe also might want to just straighten that line a little.
Yes, Adam Lythe took full advantage of that, and successive 4s there for Lythe. He moves on to 37. Joe Root is on 8, 105 for 2.
Yeah, very patient knock from Adam Lythe. There's something about this innings, and that's saying he's really digging in for his team in conditions that are not the easiest in which to bat. Dalby, Hannon Dalby that is, coming forward once again, and this time that is a beautiful shot by Adam Lythe. It's going to be 4 through extra cover, and probably just about, along with Will Frane's own shot through extra cover earlier on, the 2 shots of the day for me. That's a beauty.
Certainly was a really good shot, and a very productive over for Yorkshire this over, and in particular Adam Lythe, who's gone on now to 41.
7 falls, 3 of which have come in the last 3 deliveries. $109 for 2. Here's Hannon Dalby again, and this time he manages to prevent the run, stop the rot, with a delivery in towards the left-hander, pushed out into the offside.
Yep, the umpires signal to each other, 2 left in the over. And we wanted to get out of this over with 2 dot balls, or preferably a wicket or 2. But because up to now he's bowled pretty well, but this over is, I'm afraid, he's been punished for 3 very good 4s by Adam Lythe.
Hannon Dalby in again, and Lythe pushing out into the offside this time. No run. Andrew Young tweets, how long before Joe Root has scored more runs than Lythe? Another 20 minutes? Question mark. I think he's gone a little bit too early there. There's a 33 run difference between them. David Bates says he just spotted Lily on the video stream. I'm sure you'll have seen this where she is. Wishing her a good day. Any other communications you want to pass between each other via BBC Sport website and app? At Jonathan Doidge, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, as Hannon Dalby's latest delivery is pushed back to the bowler by Lythe to complete over number 46, 109 for 2. Lythe 41, Root 8. Maybe you want to order your tea, you know, back home, and you want to tell us what it is to pass it on. Paul Bell, thanks for the great coverage through the early part of the season. Be a good end to this first chunk of county championship games if the Tykes can get a win from this one. 2 wins, 4 draws after all the injury issues would leave us nicely positioned going into the T20. More on Paul's email in a moment, because Brooks is in and bowling to Root, who's gone. Joe Root driving at a ball wide of off stump, and look at what that means to the Warwickshire bowler. Just nipped off the straight slightly. Root couldn't get his feet in position really to play it, and has just got a nick, the ball rising into the gloves of Michael Burgess, who's taken catches for all 3 of the wickets to go so far, and the former England captain has gone cheaply for just 8 of 19 deliveries.
Yeah, it's disappointing there, both for Joe Root and a personal level and for Yorkshire. He drove at that one and got a outside edge to the wicket keeper Burgess. He's gone for 8, and that's just what Yorkshire did not need, and something that Warwickshire did need. So Lyth is still there.
Yep, Lyth's still there, and out to warm applause from the home support. He's the man who's just got into the England Test squad for the first time, Harry Brook. What a season he's having so far, and Yorkshire needs some more from him here. 3 down at this stage of the day, and with the former England skip already back in the dressing room, and still a fair way short of that 244 that Warwickshire put on the board yesterday. So Root out the first ball of over number 47 there. He was out in the middle for, I think it was 29 minutes, making 8 from 19 deliveries that included just the 3 scoring shots.
Yep, the man in form comes to the wicket now, Harry Brook, who's facing Brooks.
Yeah, Henry Brooks 2 for 41 now from 13 overs and 1 delivery. Still a little bit on the gloomy side. Might have just improved very slightly, but you wouldn't say it's brilliant. Harry Brooks just taking guard, done a bit of gardening. 3 slips and a gully, hoping for an early opportunity from the right-hander, who punches the first delivery he receives. Good length ball firmly back at the bowler. There's no run. Back to Paul Bell's email. He says, I think Adam Lyth must be under significant pressure for his place in the 4-day team for the first time in many years. Although scoring a few 50s, he's been out cheaply in most games in what have been batter-friendly conditions. This, together with a number of drops in the slips, a position in which he's set himself extremely high standards. Let's hope he can play himself back into good form here, together with Joe Root, sadly now gone. Really admire Joe's attitude to playing for the Broadacres, and seems to always want to play when England let him, despite a busy year-round schedule. Here's Brooks to Brook. Just a little offering of the bat of that delivery on its way away from the outside edge. Yeah, Adam Lyth, what it cost Paul, you may recall, was dropped for the last game of last season for the first time that I can remember. And then got a reprieve because I think Gary Balance missed the match in the end. I'm right in saying, you know my memory, it's always a bit sketchy on these things, but anyway, he got a late reprieve and he made 150, didn't he? He's at the non-striking end at the moment because Harry Brook looked like he might have had his first runs, but a good piece of fielding by Matty Lamb to his right from mid-on has prevented that.
Yeah, I mean, regard Adam Lyth in this innings is on 41, and you know, Yorkshire have needed him. He's done nothing wrong so far. Yeah, he's played and missed it once or twice, but you're going to get that as an opening batsman, aren't you?
Certainly are in these conditions, and with the ball apparently doing significantly more in this match than it has done in any other game that I've seen this season. Here's Brooks again, and punched off the back foot this time by Harry Brook. Square on the offside, no run. He's approached things so well, Harry Brook, in his last couple of seasons. And you just wonder, I mean, the man at the other end has talked openly now on the record about the fact that he started the season so well last year, got the nod from England that he was in their plans, and then it all went to pot, went to his head, if you like, for want of a better expression. I don't mean that in a big-headed sense, but just it was just in his mind when he was playing. As Brooks' final delivery to Brook is left, and Harry Brook, well, who knows what if there's been any change in what's going on between his ears since he got the nod the other day. I guess only time is going to tell on that front, but you sincerely hope not, and that he can continue his tremendous form for Yorkshire when he gets the opportunity. And you know, you hope that England will benefit from what is clearly a lot of ability, but you've always got to temper that, because this is cricket, Graham, and how many players can you name who've been brilliant in county cricket? You know, I think back to my younger days when you think about the record that somebody like a Graham Hick had, a Mark Ramprakash, and you know, they certainly didn't find it easy, did they, in Test cricket? So different game. Lovely shot here by Adam Lyth. First ball of Hannon Dolby's over, and he's coming round the wicket to Adam Lyth, and he might want to think about doing something different here, because that's 3 in the last over, and then another beautiful shot through the covers this time. First ball of this over. Adam Lyth moves on to 45. Yorkshire 113 for 3.
Yeah, lovely shot from Adam Lyth, and he's looking in good form, 45. And but going back to Harry Brook, he'll be buzzing, won't he? You know, and let's hope that he does play in the Test match.
Hannon Dolby to Lyth, straightens things up a little more and just drops his length back a little bit as well, and avoids conceding more runs as Lyth leaves it. No wicket yet for Oliver Hannon Dolby. I was saying, I think when he came back on, 12 overs for 9. He's now bowled 14 overs for 21. For 25, in fact, 14.2.
Yes, as I said before, I'd be thinking about maybe bringing the spinner on.
Here's Hannon Dolby again. Straightens it up, and that's pushed out into the offside by Lyth. No run.
Yep, so Warwickshire straining for another breakthrough now, having got rid of Joe Root. Another couple of wickets now, and they're right back in it. Make no mistake about that. But say Lyth is still there on 45.
Yeah, gives his bat a couple of taps. Hannon Dolby making his way in towards us. Lyth solidly behind it. Not the best attempt at keeping up by Hannon Dolby. Dot ball. Clive's ready to come back in the chair, so we'll let Graham take a breather for the moment. Yorkshire 113 for 3. Adam Lyth 202 minutes for his 45 so far. 141 deliveries and 8 fours, most of which have come relatively recent times. He's opening the face and pushing into the covers, and there's no run. Clive cock a hoop, no doubt, to see the back of the former England skipper.
It's not like cock a hoop, but it was a good ball. Interesting that arguably the first 2 wickets that Warwickshire got weren't necessarily with great balls. Frayne unlucky to be caught down the leg side, but that was a good ball that got Joe Root.
Update time by the sound of things for the BBC Radio Leeds. Hannon Dolby coming in to bowl to Adam Lyth, solidly behind it, and there's no run. 48 overs gone, 113 for 3. Hi Sanchez, yeah, it's looking reasonably good for Yorkshire. Remember yesterday Warwickshire were all out for 244. Yorkshire resumed this morning on 28 without loss. They lost George Hill, caught behind off Henry Brooks for 25 before rain stopped play early in the first session. They took an early lunch. Since then they've lost both Will Frayne, also caught off by Burgess off the bowling of Yorkshireman, and Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes for 31. And it's a bit gloomy at the moment. The floodlights came on about 2:15, and since then Joe Root, the big wicket for Warwickshire, he's gone. Caught Burgess, bowled Brooks for 8 just a few minutes ago. So They're having to work hard. It's not the easiest in terms of batting conditions. I'd love to be able to tell you what the score is again, but they've taken it off the board just for the moment. But it's a bit more than 109 for 3. In fact, it's 113 for 3, Sanchez. Speak to you then.
I love radio presenters.
Wow, big scores over there in Headingley. Way to go, Clive. Do you want to take it away from this end?
Okay. Yeah, as I was saying, it was a good ball that Henry Brooks just got it to move away and induce the drive from root. It was a good delivery. Best of the 3 wicket-taking deliveries by some distance, and he certainly celebrated, as you do when you get someone of Joe Root's stature out.
Yeah, clearly meant a lot.
Will Rhodes comes into bowl to Brook, who turns that away onto the leg side for a single. Will Rhodes himself has become something of an expert of getting Sir Alistair Cook out. He's got him out several times in recent years.
I think Stephen Patterson, similar. We talked to him about this the other week at Chelmsford. I think he's 6 times out of 7 times he's bowled at him or something like that. He's got him out. Or 6 times in 7 matches or something.
So Adam Lyth, though, is the one that's doing a terrific job for Yorkshire here. It's been a really well-measured innings. So this is a sort of innings that I think really excite England selectors. As in comes Rhodes. That was a bit of an inside edge from Lyth. He's going to get a single for it. A little bit of a false shot that time. And he moves on to 46. And he's dug in there and kept Yorkshire's hopes of establishing a decent score alive, but Yorkshire just a couple of wickets away from feeling they might yet be on top. This game is nicely balanced.
Yeah, of course they got the first bowling bonus point with that wicket as well, which I failed to mention at the time.
2 slips in place for Rose, who's changed ends now. That one's pitched up and it's driven and well stopped at mid-off. That was good work by Nathan McAndrew, moving swiftly across to stop that. And it would have gone for 4 if he'd not intervened.
Yeah, struck it well.
It is pretty good. We are almost at that stage where a slightly quirky thing about the natural light taking, or the artificial light taking over from the natural light, might start playing on the umpires' minds. Rhodes bowls, and it's turned round through mid-wicket, nicely placed by Brook, just beats the fielder Danny Briggs. They think about 2. If they'd gone all at it, they might just have made it, but it would have been risky, and so they settled for the single. There goes another aircraft.
High, as we were saying when DT was on last week. That's the 2:30. It's a few minutes late on its way in from Fuerteventura.
Rhodes now round the wicket, bowls to a Lyth, who, as he's done several times of the day, happily leaves one, and he's been a good leaver. I mentioned before, I know there's the old slightly tiresome cliche about there's only 2 types of leave, but Lyth seems to judge them really well. He leaves ones that are close enough sometimes to get the bowler and feel as excited, but never that close. He seems to judge it really well. 116 for 3. Lyth on 46 and Brook on 2.
Yeah, Adam Lyth, the rare removal of his helmet at the moment. Getting a bit of air to the head after another hour and a quarter out there since lunch. He's worked really hard, no doubt about that. 250s to his name this season. Something about the feeling of this innings that says that he wants more. Whether he'll get more remains to be seen. Hannon Dolby in from the Howard stand end, bowling to Brook. Ball that is wide of off stump and looks like it kept slightly low, but it was chopped away nicely by Brook. Open face, backward of point, and they're going to get a comfortable 2. came in and got 41 last week against Lancashire and just made it look ridiculously easy before he got a beauty from Matt Parkinson. Turns out the 41 was his lowest score of the season. And in every other innings he's got past the 50 mark, which is a bit of a phenomenon in itself. Here's Hannon Dolby to Brooke, opening the face, running into the gully region where Will Rhodes is round to field.
I mean, I know you say that the bowling attack's weakened, but it does look a pretty strong batting lineup for Yorkshire when you've got like some Lyth and obviously Joe Root and Brooke in there. It does look a pretty formidable batting unit.
Yeah, obviously no Milan, but so it could be stronger in that respect. But when you look at the lads, as I mentioned this morning, Revis and Loughton at 9 and 10 they're down at the moment, who came into first-class cricket with their first knocks at the top of the order, then you know you've got some people who can play down there. As Brooke turns this next one to mid-wicket, there's no run. Tom Loughton got a half-century, didn't he, down at your place in that swamp of a game, end of 2019, when Tom Kohler-Cadmore got 100. And came out last week, in fact, Tom Loughton, as night watchman, hung around for quite a while. He was disappointed as well to get out how he did. In comes Hannon Dolby to Brooke, who gets an inside contact on it. Alex Davis is there at mid-wicket, there's no run.
Well, she just about kept the wickets coming quick enough to stop them getting really anxious. Every time you think, oh, they really do need a wicket now, they've just about managed to get one. Having to work for it.
It feels like one of those matches where you may not necessarily need a first innings lead, as long as you're not too far away, to still have a chance of picking up the Lions' share. And Dolby inside edge from Brooke this time. Didn't know too much about where that had gone, and it has gone just behind square, a few metres away from him on the leg side.
That's two in a row that have seemed to maybe nip back at him slightly. He's played the inside of his bat.
A few taps of his bat from Harry Brooke. Won't be the easiest out there, seeing the red ball in these conditions, as the tall figure of Ollie Hannon Dolby is in again. And Brooke opens the face and pushes it out square on the offside, where McAndrew fields no run. So Lyth 46, Brooke 4. 50 overs now complete in this Yorkshire first innings, and they're 118 for 3. Any play elsewhere?
Yeah, just saying that Lancashire have bowled Essex out for 391, so Essex just missing out on the maximum batting points. That's after that's odd. I'm sure they were 391 after 108 overs. They've ended up all out 391 after 120, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. But anyway, they are all out. So in comes Rose, that's left outside off stump, there's no run. So 120 for Dan Lawrence, remember him, for Essex in that innings. Essex, the one team that Warwickshire have managed to beat so far this season. They've given up for the day in the tour match at Hove, alas, which is Sussex, New Zealand. No play at all there today. Here is Rhodes, just a strain on the leg side, but the ball is placed to the mid-wicket fielder by Lyon, so he gets no run. Hampshire 66 for 1. Applying to Somerset's rather meagre 211. Kent still going strong, although slowly. 314 for 3 at Northampton. Durham 265 for 5 against Middlesex, and bad light stop play at Trent Bridge. That's driven to mid-off, not perfectly timed. There's no run, not 182 for 3. In reply to Derbyshire's 260, Worcestershire well ahead now, 251 for 2 against Leicestershire at New Road. I notice there's the big match between Guernsey and Jersey today. I think this is had a bit of a, I think, a sports tournament going on in Jersey, annual thing, so I imagine that Guernsey-Jersey cricket match will be a bit of a grudge game, won't it? Rose comes into bowl, and that's played onto the onside for no run, 118 for 3.
You can imagine the sledging there, can't you, from the Jersey lads?
Yes.
Oh, it's just small island mentality, Guernsey.
So, Yorkshire still working hard with the bat, run still, I mean, they've sort of come in little flows, haven't they, but they're still only averaging a little bit over 2 and over. And Rhodes comes into live, who comes out a bit out of the inside of the bat. Maybe still doing a bit at the moment as it gets darker and more overcast. 118 for 3.
Had a few holidays in Jersey over the years, you been?
No, never been.
Never been?
Actually, nearly went. Coventry Rugby played a big game in Jersey a couple of weekends ago. And if it wasn't for the fact that Wasps were playing in Lyon on the Saturday, I would probably have gone to Jersey, but I ended up at Lyon. That's going down the leg side. No catch this time. Rose has got 1 wicket that way, but although Live did nudge it, he didn't make contact, and a good tumbling take from Michael Burgess, 118 for 3.
I remember going to they had a German underground hospital. I don't know if it's still in operation there, but I was, only a young child, and it was really quite eerie. But yeah, we had a few holidays there. Gorey, down on, I think, the south side of the island. Went to Leyland, the racecourse. Saw the Battle of Flowers one year when we were there. Oh, tough stuff, that, the Battle of Flowers. People drawing loopings on each other. 118 for 3, 51 gone. Hannon Dolby bowling here to the right-handed Harry Brook, who's playing late as he does and dropping this behind him again between he and the wickets. That's a couple of times the ball's gone in that general direction.
It's got a stream on here which has got the subtitles, and the words German Underground came up. People looking at me thinking, what that's going on? Warwickshire may feel they should have had more wickets in these conditions, and to their credit, they're buying themselves time by keeping the runs fairly tight.
And Dolby to Brook, who's shouldering arms to a delivery wide of off stump this time.
But they may be a little bit disappointed with just 3 wickets in 51 overs. Well, that would be, what's that, 39 overs today.
Three slips and a point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Further passing aviation, who knows, could be inbound from Jersey. As Hannon Dolby's in bowling to Lythe, who opens the face and runs it out to McAndrew at point. No run. Harry Brook been out there for 20 odd minutes now. Getting used to the light. Faced 18 deliveries for his 4.
It's obviously fairly difficult for the batters. Are having to really work hard to play themselves in these conditions.
Yeah, a lot of time left in the game. They've got the time to do it, especially having already seen 1 innings complete. Hannon Dolby bowling to Brook. Now there's an appeal for LBW here. The ball, not sure if it hit him clean on whichever leg, the back leg possibly, but it looked height-wise like you'd be asking questions about whether it would have hit, if nothing else, and went nowhere near straight on.
Yeah, I wonder whether there was a little inside edge onto it. We'll see a replay of it in a moment, but there's a few LBW shouts, Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Our umpiring consultant to our left, Graham Orange, inside edge, he said. He's got fantastic contact lenses, if you can see that from up here.
So,
Hannon Dolby to Brook, who's got one hand off the bat this time. Strange looking shot. I think the ball clearly doing something here for Ollie Hannon Dolby, and Harry Brooks not looking as comfortable as he very often does out there in the middle.
The height certainly wasn't the issue with the LBW appeal. It may have been an inside edge, but it may also have been just outside the line.
Hannon Dolby then goes through his turning circle at the end of the runway. Little jump, and in he comes past umpire Nick Cook, bowling to Brook, who shoulders arms to the final ball of that 52nd over of the Yorkshire first innings. He's still 4, Lyth 46, Yorkshire 118 for 3. Get in touch on @Jonathan Doidge on Twitter or at BBC CWR Sport. Clive's email address, clive.eakin@bbc.co.uk or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. What do you think? Which way is it going to go?
Well, Rose to continue. This is 10th over. He's been pretty tight, only 14 runs from his previous 9. And that's a good accurate delivery which Live defends. All out for 244, they'll be thinking if they just bat a little bit better, maybe got to 300, they'd be in a very strong position now, but they've still got quite a low total that they're defending. And Rhodes pitches that one up to Lyth. It bounces almost adjacent to the stumps and scuttles to Michael Burgess, who takes it. It's been a smaller crowd today. 1,300 in yesterday. I think we're probably into 3 figures today. But that's a guesstimate on my part. Rhodes around the wicket to Live. Again, good accurate delivery, which Live is contented to defend onto the offside. And so vigil of Adam Lyth's continues. He's faced 154 balls now from his 46. Rhodes into bowl to him, drives that to the offside. It's cut off.
Yeah, as I said before a couple of times, different feel about the way Adam Lyth's playing here. It's a bit like that innings at Trent Bridge last game of last season, where he found out he was out of the team and came up with a big score.
Rhodes bowls, pitches it up. It's driven by Lyth. For a moment he thinks there might be a run, but he didn't quite time it, and it doesn't beat the inner ring. So he remains on 46. Matt Lamb fielding it. Looked one of the more, probably 2 Warwickshire batters that looked at all fluent. He and Michael Burgess. Rhodes to Lyth, who drives that again to Lamb. And it's the end of the over. Maiden over from Will Rhodes. Which will be his 5th maiden. 118 for 3 after 53 overs at Yorkshire. He might have been slightly confused by the fact that we started at 1:20 after lunch. I'm not quite sure where we are with tea, whether it's still as normal. There is the extra half hour, well not extra half hour, extra about 17 minutes to add on to the end of the day for the interruption we had earlier.
Yeah, we're just going to do a swap in a moment. Just go through this over with Ollie Hannon Dolby and nicely played by Harry Brook, who's probably going to get his first boundary. Is going to get his first boundary with that shot that is whipped away through mid-wicket for 4 runs, 122 for 3.
It's nicely clipped off his toes by Brook.
Hasn't got going with his usual fluency. I think that's just says everything really about the conditions here and the fact that scoring runs is not easy. We've seen some fluency from Adam Lyth when he hit 3 successive boundaries off Hannon Dolby and a couple more since, but by his standards, not the usual fluency. He's really having to dig in, scrap away for his runs, as is Harry Brook here. They've just taken second slip out and brought him into a position, at a catching position at a short mid-wicket, but not brought into play with this next Hannon Dolby delivery, driven to Lamb at mid-off, no run.
So we've got a slip and a third slip now, a gap between the two. I don't think there's been a single one that's gone to the slips, isn't there? There's one that bounced short earlier on, but I don't think there have been any slip chances. All 3 catches taken by the wicket keeper.
Hannon Dolby, Brook back and across, and then playing it late once again, runs it out to Hayne, and there's no run. Feels a little bit better now again overhead, not brilliant. Floodlights are still on in full, but just a little bit brighter, particularly away to our right, down towards the southwest. Little bit of blue in the distance. Here comes Hannon Dolby again, herring in from the Howard stand end, and it's wide of Brooks off stump, shouldering arms, and there is again no run. Looks like I might be going to the ball tonight after all. The rugby ball. Rhinos against not the Wildcats anymore, the Trinity, of course, as it is these days again. Wish teams wouldn't change the names when they establish themselves.
Sounds right though, doesn't it? It has to be Trinity, surely. Wakefield Trinity.
Well, it was Wakefield Trinity Wildcats, wasn't it, for quite a long time. They've reverted. Hannon Dolby. Brook drives to mid-off this time. Nicely struck. Well watched as well. Matt Lamb doing the fielding. And you do feel they've put on 13 so far this too, but it is even though there is plenty of depth to the Yorkshire lineup, Yorkshire supporters will be pinning quite a few hopes in terms of getting to the Warwickshire total and trying to build some sort of a lead on a healthy partnership between this pair, of whatever figure that may be. Hannon Dolby running towards our commentary position, carved away into the offside by Brook. McAndrew Fields. That completes over number 54. 54 remain in the day as well, Yorkshire. 122 for 3. Here's Clive Graham stepping into the chair in a moment for me.
A little bit attritional at the moment. Nathan McAndrew's coming back into the attack. He's still wicketless. It's bowled 12 overs for 32. Henry Brooks has got 2 wickets. Will Rhodes the other. Still just the 4 seamers used.
Yeah, I just wonder when they bring the spinner on. Surely it must be time to give him a go, I'd have thought. I know that conditions are conducive to seam bowling, but I'd have thought, you could put your spinner on and see what's what. Something different.
I suppose as long as Yorkshire aren't scoring runs too quickly, McAndrew comes in to bowl. He's going down the leg side, it's taken. Might feel that he can afford to stick with them. But
Yeah, I follow that. I mean, if your spinner does become expensive, you can soon take him off, can't you? Anyway. because yeah, McAndrew back on from the Kirksall Lane end, and he sort of struggled for his rhythm, hasn't he, today, all in all.
He's in now. Bowls, that was a good delivery. That lifted on Live, who had a little waft at it and misses. And Burgess takes it.
Yeah, that went through at a fair rate of knots, didn't it? I think it was actually the pace that beat him. It's not bad beating someone for pace when they're 48 knots out. Well, say pace and a bit of lift as well.
He's in it again, pitches that one up. It's left by Live, outside off stump.
But you got to think that Lythe is the key man, you know, for both sides. Closing in on his 50, and he's been the anchor for Yorkshire. I think Warwickshire could do with him back in the pavilion, as it were.
It's been a masterclass in watchful batting from Adam Lythe. McAndrew into bowl to him, and he's clipped that down the fine leg for 4. Straying a bit on leg stump, and that's brought up Adam Lythe's half century. He's had to work really hard for it. It's 161 balls and 9 fours.
Yeah, a good shot. You know, we've had a really good ball in this over from McAndrew, beating Lythe outside the off stump, and then he strays on his legs, and for a left-hander, that's meat and drink, isn't it? That's 4 runs. Just lacks a bit of consistency, doesn't he?
91st 50-plus score of his first-class career for Adam Lythe. That one is a little over pitch. You can only play it to point. There's no run. He's converted 27 of the previous 90, including 1 in Test cricket.
Yes, as we said before, that was against New Zealand.
Last ball of the over from McAndrew. And it's left by Lythe. They've got to fall that over to be on 50. Yorkshire 126 for 3 after 55 overs.
Yes. It'll soon be less than 100 behind for Yorkshire. Warwickshire up for 244. Danny Briggs is on now.
Yep. So we are going to see Briggs.
I think this is a good move, actually. We'll soon see if that's right, but I think it is. Left arm spin.
Bases on the hand. Dolby's bowled 18 overs for 31 now. Briggs bowling from the Howard stand end, the football ground end. Just surveying. His field comes round the wicket to bowl, and that's a forward defensive, and there's no run.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought there'd be a great deal of spin for him, of course, but you know, it's a change of pace, left arm round.
That was just going down the leg side. He's appealing his attempted sweep from Brooks, but there's no run. Found wickets a little hard to come by lately. Started off reasonably well, got 3 second innings wickets against. Sorry, the 3 first innings wickets against. Sorry, there was only 1 innings in that match, and he got 4 first innings wickets in the win against Essex. Comes into bowl now, gives it a bit of air, but since then been restricted to 4 wickets in 3 matches. That's played that to point, well fielded, and run possible there.
Yeah, good piece of fielding there. It's important that Warwickshire keep this pressure on the Yorkshire batsmen. Make them make the mistakes.
I'm going to have to go and do an update in a moment. I'll just describe this ball from Bruce. I might get to the end of the over actually. That's pushed forward for no run. One more ball this over. Warwickshire actually do need to get them on also because their over rate was up down as -2 at one point. It's not actually up there at the moment, but I got to -2. Gives that them plenty of air, and it's played in the offside. There's no run, and it's 126 for 3.
Yes, a first over by Danny Briggs, and more or less on the button there. So a bit of variety now. And as far as the over rate is concerned, then this will certainly help.
Just pop back in for a minute while Clive's doing his stuff.
Yeah, still McAndrew, the Australian, right arm fast bowler, bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end to the left-handed Adam Lyth.
And he comes then past umpire Neil Pratt. Lyth with an easy leave first ball. Court order down in the northeast stand where the predominance of spectators appear to be. There's quite a few dotted around over opposite us in the Howard stand end of the ground and the east side. But not so many shirt sleeves out there. A little bit of nip in the air. Light reasonable again at the moment as Lyon is tucked up by this McAndrew delivery. Dropped out into the offside, no run.
Yes, Adam Lyth on 50 not out. Harry Brook on 8. And Yorkshire relying on these two now to get them to within reasonable score of Warwickshire's 244 all out, which they achieved yesterday.
So here comes McAndrew over the wicket. Lyth drive. That's a lovely Adam Lyth shot. One of his signature strokes through extra cover. Again, he's not gone at it too hard, which I think is still a good thing. He's not getting full value for those sort of shots at the moment, picking up 2 rather than 4. But if he does go too hard at it, he might just find himself in a little bit of trouble. Might bring in the edge a little more. Played it with control, Graham.
It was, yeah, very well controlled. He knew exactly what he was doing, and 52 not out. He's doing a great job for Yorkshire. There's no question about that.
237 minutes at the crease. He waits as McAndrew's in again. And not dissimilar this stroke. Pushes it out to mid-off. There's no run. Clive coming back in.
Yes, as I say, McAndrew just struggling for a bit of rhythm here. He's bowled the occasional really good ball. He's got a bit of lift and a bit of pace. But I think it would do wonders for him if he could take a wicket.
That's what Will Rose was saying about him after the last game. They just want him to bowl quick, really. He comes in to bowl, and his play back to him stops. I think they accept that he might go for the odd shot, but if he keeps coming in quickly. His wickets have come in clusters thus far.
Yeah, as they tend to do anyway, in general, don't they? Once you get 1, you get 2.
Warwickshire could certainly do with 1 or 2 now. It's still finely poised, but the deficit down to 116. Still 7 wickets left and the ability to bat all the way down. McAndrew bowls, played off the back foot by Lyth, called through for 1. He will have time to come back for a second. And it's 130 for 3. End of the over.
Yes, punched through the offside by Adam Lyth for 2. And he goes on to 54. Harry Brook on 8. The partnership is now 21. And It's starting to flourish, if I can put it like that, this partnership.
Well, they managed to avoid one wicket being quickly followed by another thus far. Wickets today, George Hill caught behind off Henry Brooks for 25. That was before the early lunch due to rain. As Briggs comes in, pitches that up, it's pushed out the onside by Brooks. Brooks, there's no run. Will Framer's caught behind off Will Rose for 31. And Joe Root caught behind off Henry Brooks for 8. Briggs bowls. It's clipped off his toes by Brook. He'll get 1 for that. He moves on to 9. So this session, which is an extended session, is currently 70 for 2. Which Yorkshire probably that's in 26 overs.
Yeah, and that was the first run off Danny Briggs, actually.
He's in again. Left arm over it, little nudge forward by Live. And Briggs comes into bowl. Live whips at that one a little bit. He's got it down to the third area. Not sure he was too sure where that was going, but he's got 2 runs for it. He's on to 56, 133 for 3.
Yes, that went behind square on the offside. He didn't mean it to go too far behind. I think he was aiming more in front of the popping crease there.
Just the one slip catcher, no short leg or silly point for Briggs, as that's driven to mid-on by Live, but he doesn't get it past Ollie Hine-Dolby, so no run. Left arm over, just going down the leg side. Turned a bit after it bounced. Live playing forward, goes into Michael Burgess's gloves, end of the over, 133 for 3, 58 bowled.
Yep. Yeah, if Briggs can do a job here for Warwickshire, that's exactly what they'll want from him. Yeah, and JD has told me 340 for tea.
I was about to. So
that's no change, is it?
No, but what worries slightly is there's 50 overs to go. So if we are going down to 32 overs, it'll be supper by the time they come off. McAndrew to bowl. His right arm over. It's guided nicely by Brook for a single. Down to wide long leg.
Do Warwickshire have any more options for spin, Clive?
Rob Yates bowls occasionally. And Matt Lamb, I don't think we've seen him bowl this season. Matt Lamb has been known to as well. But I wouldn't think, unless their overrate is a major problem, that we'll see anyone other than Briggs at this time. McAndrew bowls and Live drops a bat on that, gets it to point.
Yes, Live is the rock on which Yorkshire are building this score. He's 56, Yorkshire 134 for 3.
Live in right from the start. Warwickshire seen Dom Sibley carry his bat already this season. 142. McAndrew. Oh, to Live, and that's edged just over the despairing leap of Gully. It's going to go down for 4 rather streaky runs to third, but Danny Briggs leapt in the air, couldn't quite reach it. A false shot from Live. And he's been out there long enough to be entitled to a bit of good fortune, but he certainly got some there. He's on to 60, 138 for 3.
Yes, well, McAndrew just, as I said, just got the ability just now and again to get the the ball to really lift. I just wonder if the fielder, did he get a fingertip on it?
Sure that
I'm not sure he did.
No. Hanlon Dolby. And it's left by Live, and Burgess tumbles to take the stop. 138 4-3. Yorkshire replying to Warwickshire's 244. They resume 28 without loss. We have had one rain break. But so far, no time actually taken out of the match. I wonder a little bit whether the light will hold at the end of the day.
Yes, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
McAndrew bowls, and that one kept low, and Live nudging at it, didn't make contact, and it scuttles through once again to Michael Burgess, but one that kept noticeably low there. Adam Live is patting the pitch down.
Yes, but he played it sort of half-cocked, did Live. He wasn't either forward or back, but it did keep a little bit low. Interesting.
McAndrew in again, that's left. That's the end of the over, 138 for 3. 59 overs now bowled in the innings.
Yeah, and Warwickshire searching for another breakthrough, and it'll be Danny Briggs to continue from the Howard stand end, the rugby stand end, and it'll be Harry Brook on strike.
It won't be at the forefront of Yorkshire's minds, but in terms of bonus points, we've got 51 overs left, and they'll have to go at quite a bit over 3 and over just to get to 3 batting points. Briggs comes into bowl, and he comes down the pitch there. Brook, he's got hold of that one. Well, he was stretching a little bit, maybe giving Michael Burgess a bit of hope, but he got his bat to it and has played it away for 4.
Yes, for a few more shots like that, they may well get the bonus point. Nice positive shot there by Brook, and he moves on to 14. And Yorkshire just over 100 behind Warwickshire's first innings total.
Briggs bowls, it's just turned round to square leg for 1 by Brook. He's now on 15. This partnership building again, 34 added. Danny Briggs left arm round the wickets, nudged forward by Live. They'll just get 1. They discussed a second, but decided it wasn't there.
Yeah, it's just been nurdled around now a little bit. Danny Briggs.
So the lead down to exactly 100, or the deficit down to exactly 100, 144 for 3. Briggs bowls, and Brooks shows his front pad to it, lets it go past. Wasting little time, Briggs. It's driven by Brook. He'll take a single there to move on to 16, 145 for 6. For 3. 145 for 3. I'm not anticipating a hat trick.
Yeah, just nudged onto the offside by Brook for 1.
Here's Briggs. Well, that one turned as Live play forward at that. Comes off Burgess's gloves. It's the end of the over. 145 for 3 after 60 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, Briggs has bowled 3 overs for 10 runs. So he's now settled into his rhythm. The conference in the middle of the pitch by the 2 batsmen, Lythe and Brook.
Bit of blue sky overhead now, which is nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a good, valuable partnership here from these two. Warwickshire once again are getting to that slightly frustrated phase. The deficit now down to double figures. Stands at 99. And McAndrew bowls outside off stump, taken by Burgess, having been left by Brook.
Yes, psychologically that's good for Yorkshire. Just 99 runs behind, 7 wickets in hand in terms of the first innings score of Warwickshire, 244.
When this game's gone, you feel if Yorkshire could get a first innings leader between 50 and 100, it could be quite significant. McAndrew bowls and Brook turns it around to fine leg for one more. On to 17, 146 for 3.
Yes, nice control shot there by Brook. Just turn the ball around the corner for 1. And McAndrew is still searching for a bit of, I don't know, was it rhythm or just doesn't seem settled to me somehow. But if he gets a wicket, then that just might set him up for 1 or 2 more.
Doesn't get one there, so it's played to point. Alive. Another dot ball. It's been that sort of day. Yorkshire have been very patient. They've hit the occasional shot in anger, but they're refusing to get carried away, not taking too many risks. And Warwickshire putting a bit of pressure on, but just not quite getting the wickets as regularly as they'd like. And McAndrew is in, that's left, and taken by the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, good lead there by Lyth. As we've been saying, most of this match is very proficient at leaving the balls, as a good opening batsman should be.
That's been a good effort from him, but he'll want to make it really count now and go big. McAndrew bowls to him. It's just on the thigh area on the leg side. He's turned around to square leg for a single.
Yeah, he's just worked that ball behind square in the leg side. Adam Lyth is now on 62. His partner Harry Brook is on 17. 147 for 3. And just 1 ball left of this McAndrew over.
Man drops back on the towards the long leg boundary for this next one, which McAndrew bowls. That was a good delivery. It's a forward defensive from Brook. I'm sure he was playing at that, and it's beaten the outside edge and gone through to the wicket keeper. Another over ticks by. 147 for 3. Yorkshire, they trail by 97.
Yes, he certainly played at that one, played and missed. So a moral victory, as it were, for the bowler. We're still searching for his first wicket. McAndrew, the Australian, 0 for 47 of 16 overs.
Brightened up over Leeds and the views we can see around the back of the stands. Briggs gives that one plenty of air. It's pushed to the offside. There's no run. Briggs bowls a slightly quicker ball, which Lyth plays down into the ground.
Yeah, that was a good ball. Lyth was very watchful though.
Briggs bowls again. Lyth nudges it away for a single to the sweeper on the offside boundary. 63 now for Adam Lyth. Second top score of the match so far.
Yes, 96 by Burgess.
Yep.
The top score.
Brings into Brook, who defends that to the offside.
It's a pity he couldn't get his century, isn't it, really? Because it was a valuable innings for Warwickshire.
Briggs started going in, changed his mind. Yes, he didn't make too much of it when I spoke to him afterwards. Then he would have settled for 96 at the start of his innings, which is, I suppose, a positive way to look at it. Briggs bowls, and that's clipped too long on. There's a slight hesitation as they go for the single. I think Brook just for a moment hesitated, but it was taken comfortably in the end. 149 for 3.
Yes, I like it when players have that attitude, because it's a side that counts, isn't it? It's not about individuals in that respect.
In comes Briggs, pushed up the side. I asked him, but I think he must be nearly close to 500. I hadn't checked the exact figure I have now, it's 480, but I said, you must be pretty close to 500 runs. Doesn't count the runs, but I'm always a bit suspicious of cricketers. Chetan Patel used to say that, until I told him once that he had 47 wickets. He said, I think it's 48. I thought he didn't count, Chetan. 149 for 3 is the Yorkshire total. It's like managers who say they don't read the newspapers, they listen to the local radio, but if you say something they don't like, strangely enough, they've read it or heard it.
Yeah.
So we've got Nathan McAndrew in, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run. If we are going to 32 overs, we've got an age to go till tea. Catering staff will be having to delay making those pots of tea.
Order supper.
Yeah.
If you looked at the forecast this morning, we've actually done very well so far to get this amount of play in.
And the match is, although it's been fairly slow going, it's still moved on reasonably well. 13 wickets down in the match. And that's driven a little loosely and well stopped at backward point. Brook didn't time that. I think it was aerial for a while. In the end it stopped at backward point by Henry Brooks. Brook is defied by Brooks. And it remains 149 for 3.
Yeah, good stop. It's still a fairly attacking field.
It's definitely exactly 340, whatever, okay. That's a relief. Floodlights coming on as McAndrew bowls, and that's, again, second time in successive overs. He's induced the play a miss. Brooks playing a forward defensive at it, and doesn't make contact. Good delivery from Nathan McAndrew.
Yep. He played and missed at that one, outside the off stump. Yes, McAndrew's got is it red soles on his boots?
Yes.
Yes, he has.
See them as he pounds away from us, and that one's another good delivery, but this time Brook lifted his bat in the air and let it go past, but it was a decent delivery.
It was. The line and length were very, very good.
He's into his 17th over now, still no wickets for Nathan McAndrew. Shirt billowing a bit in the breeze, and he's into bowl to Brook, and raps him on the passage. Shouts came from the slip cord, not the bowler, as he was looking to play out onto the leg side. Brook.
Yeah, seems to be going down the leg side, really. As you say, there's no appeal from the bowler.
But he's asking some questions now, this over, McAndrew, of Henry Brook, who's on 18. Partnership now with 40. They've got partnerships started, Yorkshire, but haven't gone on to make the really big one yet. Hasn't been a century partnership in the match so far. That one is driven, again, doesn't go exactly where he intended, I don't think, but it will get him 4 runs to just back of point. and he'll be pleased about that. And that brings the 150 up, 153 for 3.
Yeah, the last ball, the over, so McAndrew will be disappointed with that. And you saw there how late Harry Brook can play these shots, even on the front foot. It went behind square in the offside for 4. So he's on 22. Lyon on 63, 153 for 3. So Yorkshire just gnawing away, as it were, at this Warwickshire total.
Yes, 150 up in 378 balls. So that third 50 has been the quickest so far, 107 balls. First took 142, the second 129. That's the quickest at 107. So he's picked it up a little bit as Lyon pushes that one out from Briggs onto the onside for no run. Still less than 3 and over, but it's a little quicker. Lyon clips that one to mid-on. They're going through for a single, which could be tight. They get there well in the end. And I guess that's well judged in the air. I think Dalby slightly slipped. If he could have picked that up cleanly and had a shy of the stumps himself, he might just have had a chance there. But
Thing is, Adam Lyon went straight away, and that's what you should do, obviously.
Anyway, he gets the run. And the next one is defended by Brook. And, in he comes again. Briggs is pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
Bit of blue sky around now. Well, a little bit.
And that's played onto the onside. There's no run. Did you want a little stint before tea, Dory G? Or are you happy? Yeah, okay. In comes Briggs. Is pushed out to the offside. We'll just take it off the piece rate. One run there. Scored by Brook, who's on to 23. 155 for 3. It's going to be a long final session then, because what we're going to get, maybe 3 overs before 340, so it'll be something like 38, 39 overs in the final session, if the light holds, of course.
I think that's probably something that Yorkshire haven't been doing all that well, if you could criticise, and the fact that, putting the fielders under pressure, going for the quick singles. I don't know what you think about that, Clive. I just think that's maybe one area where they could improve a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. I think Warwickshire ran between the wickets pretty well. Something they've actually have done quite well this season, Warwickshire, but maybe it's a trick or two there. Henry Brooks, who probably has looked the most likely bowler, is coming on. McAndrew good enough just at a time actually when he was looking a bit more of a threat, but Henry Brooks has got 2 wickets to his name, including the one he'll certainly stick in his locker for his grandchildren, the one of Joe Root. He comes in to bowl, and that's a little of a loosener which is played to the sweeper on the offside by Brook. So Brooks to Brook, this is going to be fun. Brook on to 24, 156 for 3. Henry to Harry.
Yep. And 24 for Harry Brook. Adam Lyon on 64. Yorkshire 156 for 3. And tea's in about just over 10 minutes time, so these two will not want to be parted now. They'll want to stay there for another 10 minutes or so.
And that one is nicely guided, but finds the fielder at point live. Nice looking shot, leant back, cutted it. Didn't beat Dom Sibley at point. And so no addition to the score, which stands at 156. Well, they get to tea with just 2 wickets falling in this session. I think that's probably been Yorkshire's session, not by a million miles, but what have we got? 100 and... no, hang on. I'm trying to get that calculation right in a minute. This next one is left, and there is no run. So 95 runs in the session. for 2 wickets. I think Yorkshire will feel that's not bad. And the circumstances keeps them in a potential for being in a good position. And 35 overs bowled in the session. So Brooks bowls and it's driven by Lyth. Again, he finds the fielder, not quite finding the gaps.
Yes, you've got to think from now on, if Yorkshire don't get a first innings lead, then they'll be extremely disappointed. 156 for 3, chasing 244.
Yorkshire have found it difficult to bowl teams out this season. Here's Brooks to bowl, and that's played to point, and there's no run. So different conditions this time, but wickets haven't come in clatters, haven't come in clusters. Still kept decent control. They haven't let Yorkshire get away. They're still in a position where if they do manage to get a cluster of wickets, they'll be right back in it.
Oh, absolutely.
Brooks round the wicket to Lyth. Ball short. Lyth pulls it and pulls it really well. There's a sweeper there, mid-wicket boundary, but he can't reach it. That's a really good shot from Adam Lyth. He moves on to 68 and finishes the over with a 4, 160 for 3 after 65 overs.
Yes, a shot full of authority there by Lyth. Short, and he just rocked back and hit it in front of square. Pulled it well.
Confirming over the tannoy that he will be at 340 regardless of the number of overs left. That 4 brought up the 50 partnership for the 4th wicket in 113 balls. Briggs balls pushed to the onside. That is the first 50 partnership of the innings. He had a 49 partnership, and the other one and the 33, but that's the first 50 partnership of the innings, and I think only the second 50 partnership of the match, because I think Warwickshire only managed 1. That was a standard 74 for the 5th wicket. That's pushed onto the onside by Brook for no run. Last wicket stand was a decent one for Warwickshire out of 36. Briggs into bowl, and that's defended by Brook. Back to the spinner.
Yes, I think they're probably playing for tea now to a certain extent.
Yeah, got still 14 overs to wait after this one for the new ball. That's swept for 4 by Brook. That's a lovely shot, lovely sweep shot from Harry Brook. He's on to 28.
Yes, it was the wrong line there, and Harry Brook took full advantage to sweep for 4.
164 for 3. Yorkshire getting themselves into a commanding position here. That's played out to mid-on. They're going for a quick single. It's well judged. And they get it. Brook on to 29.
Yes, this lead is being whittled away now.
Warwickshire in urgent need of wickets. Last time they got a wicket was when I went to use the facilities. Maybe I should do so again. And that's pushed away onto the onside for no run. End of the over, 165 for 3. Lyth on 68, Brook on 29.
Yes, I think this could be a significant innings for Lyth, not just in this match, but for this season, because he has struggled a little bit. Feeling a little bit better.
It's a very good innings in the context of the match.
Absolutely, spot on.
Henry Brooks to bowl to Harry Brook again. 2 slips and a gully, and he leans back Brook. Looked like a good shot, but he obviously didn't really time it, and it just squirted out into the covers where it's stopped by Alex Davis.
Yeah, I thought for a split second there he's going to cream it through the offside for 4, but as you say, didn't time that
I
one.
think he did as well.
Yes.
Didn't quite get hold of it. So probably one more over after this. See, so it'll be a 40 over final session. That's a little tip and run, although that could be tight. They make it. Alex Davis slipped slightly as he went to field that, and Lythe was decisive once again in going for it. It looked a little dicey, but they've got it. 166 for 3.
I've noticed that 1 or 2 Warwickshire fielders have slipped, and I just wonder if it's obviously still wettish, as it were. It's perfectly all right to play, of course, but it's, you know, it's not perfectly dry. But a lot of them don't wear studs these days, do they?
Brooks bowls just straight down the leg side. There's a strangle appeal behind. There's something that hurt Lythe a bit. He's limping away. Just trying to play it down the leg side. It has hurt him. He's now crouching down. Just hit him on the side of the thigh, perhaps where the it missed the padding there.
Yeah,
maybe.
more or less behind the leg, as it were. Yeah, maybe his calf or something like that.
It covers Brooks to bowl, similar sort of line. It's worked away to mid-wicket for a single by Lythe. He's on to 70 now. 167 for 3.
Is he on 70 or still 69?
Ah, has it already ticked over? I beg his pardon. 69. One run too many. But, Brooks bowls, and Brooks stretching for that, crashes it, and it's very well stopped by Alex Davis in the covers. Did go straight at him, and it's going at a lightning speed.
I'm going to say I didn't have any option. I think it was straight at him, but he stopped it. That's the main thing.
And for all that effort, he doesn't get a run. Brook. The England squad member is poised as Henry Brooks bowls, and that one was outside of somebody. He didn't play as if he was playing it at Brook, but he let it go past first. End of the over. One more we think will fit in before tea. 167 for 3 is the Yorkshire total. They're applying, of course, to Warwickshire's 244.
Yep, as you say, 1 over before tea, and it'll be Danny Briggs from the Howard stand end.
So the wickets in this session. Will Frayne caught behind off Will Rose for 31 as Briggs bowls, and that's played to mid-on, no run, and Joe Root caught behind off Henry Brooks for 8. That was 109 for 3. It's now 167 for 3. Lythe on 69 and Brook on 30. Briggs bowls, and it's nudged out to square leg. Sibley fields. Briggs keeping it pretty tidy, but into bowl, and that one to pop up at Lythe a bit. Goes,
Yeah, a bit of turn and a bit of lift.
Moving again. Briggs. And he pads up at that one as an appeal. Very elegant looking appeal from Briggs. He padded up outside off stump Adam Lyons. Always a little risky. But, clearly the umpire didn't think it was turning as much as Danny Briggs did. He's in again. Quicker ball, no question. No question about padding up. There is a shout anyway. Naturally, he might have done it a certain amount of
Yeah.
Cost always hit the same place again as he was before, but he's hobbling away, Lithe. Maybe use that bit of wood in your hand next time.
He's certainly playing for tea, isn't he?
In comes Briggs to bowl. That time he does use a plank of wood, but doesn't get it past Sam Hain at mid-wicket. And well, they're ready for their tea. These players haven't seen them move so quickly all session as they head for the dressing rooms. Good session for Yorkshire. Warwickshire battled, and they've not yet let Yorkshire get away, but nonetheless, Yorkshire will be pretty pleased to be on 167 for 3. Adam Live playing superbly. He's on 69. Harry Brook, dare I say it, looking like an England player on 30, and they put on 58, and they take Yorkshire to tea for the score, which has come off the scoreboard, and I can't quite remember. 167 for 3 after 68 overs. So we'll be back in just under 20 minutes' time.
Welcome back from Headingley Stadium then for the third and final session of day 2 between Yorkshire and Warwickshire. The home side 167 for 3 in response to that 244 all-out posted by Warwickshire on the first day. Adam Lyth has batted really well and with a lot of patience and care for his 69 not out. Harry Brook has been challenged as much, I think, in this 30 not out that he's got so far than I can remember so far this season, but he's survived it. Conditions have not been the easiest to bat in, and floodlights are on. It's brighter though naturally than it has been for quite a bit of the day. Had that break of whatever it was, 17 minutes I think for rain earlier on. So they're going to be playing till fairly late. Plenty of overs left in the day's play. 40 of them in fact remain between now and the end. Might hear a bit of cheering in a couple of hours as well from t'other side of the complex, because there's some rugby league on today. The Rhinos women's team is kicking off at 6 o'clock, and the Rhinos men's team against Wakefield Trinity a little bit later. We should be done and dusted of course by the time that comes around. It will be a late finish if we're not. Short ball first up by Will Rhodes, pulled by Harry Brook, and that's going to be a handy little start to the final session for Yorkshire, because that's 4, nowhere near the best of Harry Brook. That he lofted it, didn't he, in the air, Graham. It bobbled around on its way to the boundary, but it was clear of any fielders, so it was a safe shot, and 4 runs. 34 for him now.
Yeah, first ball after tea, and Warwickshire won't be happy with that. Very loose ball. As you say, this could be a long session if the weather doesn't intervene.
So 171 for 3, Rhodes. Kirkstall Lane end to Brook, who's dropping this ball into the pitch just to the offside. No run. He's faced 68 balls now. 100 minutes he's been out there for 5 fours and 34 runs. And Adam Lyth 295 minutes, 203 balls for his 69. 44 of which have been struck as 4s. Rhodes 1 for 18 in his 11th over. Coming in then to bowl to Brook, who's probably give the bowler the benefit of the doubt there. He certainly had a little push at it, Harry Brook. Can't say he was clearly leaving it from our commentary position.
Yeah, I think he played at that one. Not a good shot. And this could be the most definitive partnership of the entire match, you know, because you got Lyth in there, 69, opening batsman, and Harry Brook, who's been playing really well on 34.
Rhodes again. Brook went right over the top of that to play it into the deck. No run. Richard Wilkinson says Sunday the 22nd of May, as in 48 hours time, is the final day of the season that Yorkshire will play at home in the county championship on a non-working day. Absolutely ludicrous scheduling by the ECB, is Richard's opinion. You can have your say on that, Jonathan Doidge, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Rhodes bowling to Brook, who drives. Beautiful shot by Harry Brook. Just offered a little bit in terms of, well, length, wasn't it there? He drove that on. It was a straight delivery and has been driven straight back past the bowler. But he played it with a lot of confidence for somebody who's just gone back out there after a break.
Yes, you could say that's probably the best shot of the day, or one of the best shots of the day. Straight back past the bowler, off the front foot. 4 runs.
Rhodes in again. And Brook thinking about turning that to leg. Plays it back in the end down the pitch. It's the end of the first over of the final sesh. 69 overs gone. Yorkshire 175 for 3 then. And Lyth 69 and Brook 38. 8 off the over.
Yeah, 8 off the over. Good start for Yorkshire in the first over after tea. Quite a loose one from Will Rhodes, although there was one delivery where Brook played and missed. And yeah, it's going to be the left arm spin of Danny Briggs continuing from the Howard stand end, and the left-handed Adam Lyth is on strike. And he's on 69.
Short leg in place, plus a slip. That's slip is the Warwickshire captain, Will Rhodes. Here is Briggs then. Lyth working it to leg and quickly calls for the single. He pushed it straight in the direction of mid-on, who, because they set off, was never going to be in a position to get that in time. It was Oliver Hannon Dolby. So one run. John Logan, hi JD and the team. This match is shaping up to be a good close contest, and the new Duke's balls seem to have made a difference judging by the county scores. Let's hope the weather doesn't cause too many problems, he says. Excellent knock by Adam Lyth so far. Pressure certainly on him, but so far he's batted superbly. As Briggs going round the wicket to the right-handed Brook. He's pushed out to the sweeper in the covers for a single. Matty Lamb fielding. He says, to clarify a comment made by Clive about the Lancs v Essex score, Essex were actually 348 for 8 after 110 overs, so 3 points Essex and 2 Lancashire bonus-wise. Can't recall that myself, but thanks for pointing that out, John. Sam Flesher says, wondering if you've got any updates on David Milan as he isn't playing, or has he gone to the IPL because he's not been picked for England? Certainly not the latter. There's only a few games left in that competition anyway. As around the wicket, over the wicket, Briggs is pushed square on the offside by Lyth, and I've mentioned a couple of times, Sam, I think it's an Achilles issue with David Milan. It's been mentioned in the past that it's been sore, maybe got too painful as Lyth pads up to this latest Briggs delivery. And he's coming in again past umpire Nick Cook. And Lyth dropping that into the pitch just short of short leg, who is Sam Hain under the helmet. Dennis Barnett has been in touch. More after this Briggs delivery, which is driven back down the pitch by Lyth. No run to complete the over. 70 gone now, 177 for 3. Dennis said, afternoon Jonathan and colleagues. I'm listening to the BBC commentary and watching the pictures on the TV from darkest, deepest Wiltshire. I noted from my fixture list that Yorkshire will be playing Surrey at Scarborough on the 12th of July this year. What a pity the match isn't being played at Leeds, bearing in mind that the 12th of July 1932 marks the date of the finest bowling analysis in county championship cricket ever. I mean, of course, Headingley Verity's 10 for 10 against Nottinghamshire. The football stand which preceded the current one was 90 years ago in the process of construction when that incredible achievement took place. Here's Will Rhodes bowling to Harry Brook, who's pinged a beautiful shot through mid-wicket for 4. Rhodes just a little too full and a little too leg stumpish, and Harry Brook's not going to miss out on that. And that takes him on to 43 then. 181 for 3. Just to complete Dennis's email, he says he's not had the opportunity of visiting Headingley this season, so not aware if the club has marked Headingley's record in any way, nor am I, I've got to say. Adam Lyth's played a very solid knock so far, but I do feel that we need to be scoring more frequently so we can get maximum batting points. Here is Rhodes, and Brook just lays his bat on that, times it superbly and pings it out into the offside to cover, to bring himself another run, and 44 now, 182 for 3. I think that's harsh, I've got to say, Dennis. I think you surely would rather see Yorkshire build a longer term lead here and make it into a decisive winning one than lose wickets at the expense of trying to score runs more quickly. It's not been easy out there.
No, it hasn't, and all in all, Warwickshire bowled fairly well.
Here's Rhodes round the wicket, wide of Lyth's off stump, and there's no run. Sam Flesher asking if Yorkshire have been lucky enough to receive a new batch of balls. I think everybody's received new balls around the county game, as far as we're aware. That's the word, but we ain't had any ECB officials on the commentary to confirm that. And Jordan Thompson, in his interview last night, Sam, if you checked it out, he told me that he didn't feel that there was an appreciable change out there. He got 3 wickets with whatever the one ball that Yorkshire used yesterday was. Dot ball there as Lyon pushes out into the offside to that Rhodes delivery. No run.
Yeah, Lyon is still there, 70 not out. The sheet anchor for Yorkshire.
Rhodes to Lyon. Solidly behind it into the offside. No run. Forever Dormo says, just checking in for the first time today, Doidge. Slow progress by Yorkshire so far, and certainly a change of gear required if we're to get many batting points. As per your tweet recently read out, I'd like to see evidence that the ECB values county championship cricket. Jury out. Again, run rate. Harsh. Well, there you go. An appeal for LBW by Rhodes on Lyon. Well, Rhodes not happy there. He thinks that's closer than the umpire's perhaps given it credit for. He's got the double teapot on as he goes to receive his sweater from Neil Pratt. But no, he can't believe it. He thinks that was out. But Lyon survives, and Yorkshire 182 for 3 at the end of the 71st.
Yeah, he's bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-hander. I thought that was going down. Probably the umpire thought the same.
Danny Briggs to continue at the Howard stand end then. Harry Brook on strike. Just some shin pads being taken out to Sam Hain, who was fielding close in but has now moved, and he's going to be at a shortish extra cover on the wicket ends. Long off has been dispatched. On the onside, he's not gone long. He's just got an orthodox mid on, and so Harry Brook takes the easy option and punches a single out to long off. First ball of the over, sensible play. 45 now to him, 183 for 3. We'll have a look around the grounds in a moment before I've got to do an update for BBC Radio Tees. Briggs switching back to over the wicket. Lyon on strike. Pushes into the covers where tumbling stopped by Alex Davies. No run. They are playing at Northampton, where Kent are now 399 for 6 against Northamptonshire. Getting on towards the end of day 2 there. And Lyon, nice shot here off that Briggs delivery, which gave him a bit of width to work with. And he's slapped it away through extra cover for 4 more. Match delayed by rain at Taunton. Somerset against Hampshire. Somerset 2-11. Hampshire 95 for 1 when rain stopped play. Essex 391 all out at Old Trafford. Lancashire 32 for 5 in reply. Oh dear.
32 for 5.
Briggs is in, and that's turned into the leg side by Lyon. And there's no run. Briggs in again, and Lyon turns that to mid-wicket. And once more, there's no run. Yeah, Luke Wells, LBW, Sam Cook for 6. Keaton Jennings, LBW, Sam Cook for 4. Josh Bohannon, LBW, Jamie Porter without scoring. Stephen Croft, Cook, Bowl, Porter without scoring. Lyon drives this next delivery into the offside. And quickly through for 1. Good running between the wickets from the pair. It's the end of the over. 72 now gone. Lyon 75, Brook 45. Partnership 79, and the score 188 for 3. Dane Villas also out, bowled Shane Snater for 11. So Phil Salt and Luke Wood got a fair old job to do at the moment. 32 for 5 after just 15 overs, Lancashire. Now they know what Yorkshire felt like in last year's Roses match over there. What else have we got? No play at all down at Hove between Sussex and the New Zealand tourists today. Back to the county championship in a moment, because Rhodes is coming into bowl to Lyon. He lays his bat on that. There's an appeal for LBW. So it might have clipped pad before bat, but it was stifled. We have Lords, Durham 330 for 8. They're back on and playing against Middlesex. who put them in. Trent Bridge, Derbyshire, of course, made 260. Nottinghamshire trailing by just the 3 runs, 257. They've lost 5 wickets. So a chance of building something relatively significant in terms of a lead there. And at New Road, Leicestershire, of course, were all out for 148 yesterday. Worcestershire, 318 for 2. Piling on the runs and a lead of 170 already. Looks like it could be swinging that match their way then, as this latest Rhodes delivery is wide of Lyth's off stump and is happy to shoulder arms.
Well, the lights certainly got a little bit better. The floodlights are still on, but the lights certainly better.
Yep, sun is poking its nose through the clouds, and Rhodes bowling to Lyon through shouldering arms. No run forever. Dormo says there's a compromise to be made between protecting one's wicket and chasing quick runs. Yorkshire has won only 1 game so far, so bonus points are important. I'm not suggesting a 40-over slog from here, and I can already see that Lyth and Brook are playing more freely. I still think it's harsh. The comments about run rate after the conditions that we've seen today. Rhodes bowling to Lyth, who tries to drive this through extra cover but gets a bit of inside edge on it. It almost hits the stumps at the bowler's end. No run.
Yeah, I mean, Yorkshire closing in on Warwickshire's first innings total of 244. Only 58 runs behind. And, you know, they've got 7 wickets in hand.
Malcolm Palmer says, hi Dodgy, several plays and misses by Brook and a very close LBW shout against Lyth. Bear out what you say about the run rate. Yorkshire are pacing it about right, I think. Rhodes in and Lyth stepping back. And that's a lovely cut shot. It's gone away through the covers for 4. But good change of body position to open up the offside there by Adam Lyth. Had a bit of time to work on it because it was a short ball, and of course Will Rhodes not the quickest. And he's carved it away for 4 more. 79 to him, 192 for 3. First and foremost, you surely have to try to win a game of cricket. You get more points for doing that than you're going to get bonus points.
Absolutely.
With the bat. Rhodes in. Lyth turns that into the leg side, and there is no run. But it's all about opinions. That's just mine. And, of course, our correspondents have their own and regularly give them. Andy on the train in deepest, but from deepest, darkest Cottingham says, how do JD and colleagues? Just on my train to sunny Scarborough, listening to at last a decent cricket game. I refer to Lancashire, clearer, not thinking about the win after taking all of day 1 and a chunk of day 2 to post a massive first innings total. I would have put money on the game ending in a draw, and ta-da, it was a draw. Negative cricket by Lancs, in my honest opinion. That's last week's match, of course. I know this is a bit late in the day, but the game has nagged me since Sunday. And Harry Brook has... that's a cracking shot by Harry Brook to this latest Briggs delivery, the first of the over. And he's just smashed that away through mid-on. Who wasn't far away from the ball, but he got so much on it, Harry Brook. Rattled into the boards at the foot of the Howard stand for 4.
Yeah, Yorkshire rattling on now after tea.
And Brook will get another half century here because he's had a bit of room to work with again from Briggs, and he's run that away down through third man for a couple. Rob Yates round to do the fielding, but what a season this man is having, Harry Brook. And said earlier on, you wonder if that England call might have gone into his head like it did to Adam Lyth last year. Well, apparently not, because it's just business as usual. This season he's scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 half centuries out of 9 innings, and the other one was 41, and he's just pushed that away into the offside for another single. 77 balls and 117 minutes, including 8 fours for this latest knock by Harry Brook, and the runs just keep on coming.
Yeah, very good. It's been excellent from Harry Brook in support of Adam Lyth, and this is taking the match away from Warwickshire now.
Lyth then pushing up to mid-on.
Yeah, I mean, Yorkshire are 45 runs behind with 7 wickets in hand, so, and the sun's out. The pitch seems to be playing well now.
Briggs coming over the wicket then to Lyth once again. Push it out into the offside, and there is no run. Just take this final delivery of the over, and I'll just rattle off a quick update for BBC Radio Tees. Briggs in, Lyth into the offside to cover, and there is no run. Yorkshire 199 for 3 in their first innings in response to Warwickshire's 244 all out yesterday. We've just seen Harry Brook post another half century. That is, I think I said 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 half centuries from 9 innings so far this season for a man who's in a rich vein of form. But we've also seen the battling qualities of Adam Lyth, who's got his season's best and is still going. 79 not out. This 4th wicket partnership for Yorkshire is currently worth 90, 74 overs bowled, and they trail at the moment by 45 runs and are on the verge of a first batting point of the match. 199 for 3.
Yes, and it's Will Rhodes to continue bowling from the Kurtzel Lane end to Harry Brook,
who's up on his toes and flicking that one square on the leg side to bring about that first batting point. 200 for 3, and that 4th 50, well, a significant increase in pace. In fact, they've gone through the gears, haven't they? 142 balls for the first 50, and they've progressively got quicker. 69 deliveries, I think it said, for this most recent 50 runs, so an increase in pace since the return from tea. Rhodes to Lyth, who pushes to Hannon Dolby at mid-off, no run. The other thing to say, of course, Graham, is that they've both got themselves in. You've mentioned a couple of times the sun is shining, so it feels a little bit better batting-wise.
That's right.
Just under 6 overs to go now before a second new ball can be taken. And important that these two are still there, but they'll want to try in this next half dozen overs, make use of this older ball. Nice drive from Lyth, but there's a man at cover to stop it.
Yeah, so when Harry Brook came in, they had to consolidate. Joe Root had just been out. I think they've gone about it exactly the right way. 200 for 3. They're only 44 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. Plenty of time left.
Here's Rhodes coming in past umpire Neil Pratt, who's standing a few strides back, and that's another beautiful shot by Adam Lyth. Not the best delivery, you've got to say, from Rhodes, offering him width, and it was short of length. And Adam Lyth, in this form, is not going to miss out on that. The runs are starting to flow for the Yorkshire left-hander. It's taken a long, long time. We saw a little bit of fluency before tea from him when he hit Oliver Hannon Dolby for 3 successive boundaries. The first 3 balls went over. It looked like he might have started to properly kick into gear then. Wasn't a total false dawn. He kept things ticking, but he really has started to pick things up now. 83 to him, 204 for the loss of 3.
I think Lyth has batted really well in this innings.
Rhodes into Lyth, and he got that away nicely as well. Sibley, though, was bang on square at point, and it was straight to him. So a nice shot for none.
Well, the sun's certainly out now. It's Headingley is bathed in sunshine.
Rhodes. Last ball of this over, still round the wicket. It's full, and Lyth content to just push it on the deck to Hannon Dolby. 204 for 3 at the end of the over. Tony Tudor has tweeted, "You might say daft question, but why don't umps in the Championship have access to ball tracking? Surely could use on a handheld device. Not that I wanted Lyth to be LBW to Rhodes, but don't see why it needs a third person."
Not sure how that would work.
presumably thinking that there must be a link between some handheld device in the umpire's pocket that they could just pull out and check, linked to cameras on the periphery maybe.
Possibly. I'm not really in favour of that, but there we are.
Here's Danny Briggs continuing bowling to Brook, and again just eases that away. Just looks in such control this season out there in the middle. It's flicked it away square for a single. Andy Walker says just superb to see Harry Brook score another half century, but it's also bittersweet, isn't it? I really want him to succeed greatly for England, but that'll mean we won't see very much of him at Yorkshire. But I do hope he takes his chance with both hands. I think so say all of us really, Andy, and that's not just from a Yorkshire point of view, that's just from an England cricket point of view. And on a personal note, good lad. As Briggs is in, and that's turned on the floor to short leg where Hayne fields it. Briggs in again, and Lyth just pings that one through mid-wicket. Going to pick up an easy single. He's a good lad, Harry Brook, and he also, it's just, you know that he's put in, you know, a hell of a lot of work to get where he's got. This is not just a man who's kind of walks out to the middle with the bags of ability that we clearly know he's got, but he uses that as well. He works hard at his game, and so you know you deserve everything you get, don't you? If you,
of course, you do.
Put the work in. Briggs round the wicket, and Harry Brook just carving that one backward of point, no run.
I remember umpiring him at Wheatwood when he played for the Yorkshire Academy a few years ago now.
Briggs to Brook, who pushes it back to him, no run. I bet you're enjoying yourself, so you gave him not out a few times, didn't you? Round the pad. No, he's staying in, he's playing quite nicely.
Yeah, that's right.
Typical umpiring fashion.
Yeah.
Briggs in again, and Brook pushes into the offside. That will complete that Danny Briggs over. He's bowled 11 of them so far, 2 maidens, none for 36. Rhodes 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 36. Sam Fletcher says, given Yorkshire's record of first innings scores last year, it's definitely much better to stay in and win than hit out and get out. Well, that would be, that's my take clearly as well, Sam. But everybody's entitled to their own call on it, no problem with that. Brook, says Penny on her email. Great batting again from Harry. Adam batting well too. Still chuckling at your, oh dear, read the Red Rose score as well, tee-hee. Sorry, Scott, didn't mean it really. He's a good lad, Scott Reed. But yeah, should we just check in again and see what? Tell you what, Jersey are 50 for 1 against Guernsey at St Peter Port in the big Channel Islands derby. Wonder if they swim between each island as well, just to make it, you know, make it a bit more interesting. Or row.
There's a change of bowling now. Another spin from Yates from the Kirkstone Lane end.
And he comes bowling to the left-handed Lyth, who dropped it out into the offside, and there's no run. Oh, 32 for 5 Lancashire after 15 overs, and wouldn't you know it, in Manchester it's raining again.
No.
Yates is in, floats one up, and Lyth pushes into the offside where Hayne will come across the field, no run. Yates, just a couple of little skips and in. Tell you what, that looked like it might have been pushed through a little bit more quickly. Either that or it kept low, or a bit of both maybe, but Adam Lyth had to be very watchful to keep it out. And that's a man who's going well on 84. Well bowled Rob Yates, who's in again, and Lyth turns that one through mid-wicket for an easy single this time. Tony Tudor says, tar for mentioning, that's the handheld device in the umpire's pocket or on their person. Just seems inconsistent that it's available for internationals but not for the county championship. A bit like VAR for some games but not for others. Yeah, they've had it in rugby league for donkey's years as well. Sky Sports turn up and do a game with a big screen, but you get slide rule decisions that are looked at time and again, but the rest of the matches on that day don't have the same. A lot of money involved, I think, in that sort of respect, as Yates' latest delivery is just misdirected down the leg side. Harry Brook had a little poke at it but missed. 207 for 3. Last ball of Yates is over. Bit of shade again now at Headingley, and he's just dragged that one a little bit as well, leg side-ish, pinged by Brook round the corner, but McAndrew was there to field. Completes over number 77, so still 31, almost a full session to go, and we've been out there for half an hour since tea. 207 for 3. Dr. Chris Whitaker says, just heard the Lancs score. Not very appealing for them. Happy Friday. With the sarcasm tinged comment there because of the number of appeals they made last week.
But we're not biased, are we?
I'm certainly not. Here's Briggs in, and Lyth pushes into the offside. First up, there's no run. Adam Lyth. Well, you're starting to think, aren't you now? 85, he's got 3 figures in sight. I'm sure it won't have escaped his thoughts either. And he's played really well today, comfortably. His best knock of the season in terms of score on the board, as he drops this next one into the ground near short leg Sam Hain, no run. But also just in terms of how he's approached it. And here he is pushing forward into the offside, no run. Update time for Radio Leeds. Good afternoon, Sanchez. Yeah, Yorkshire 207 for 3, so they have their first batting point to go with the 3 bowling bonus points that they got yesterday. They bowled Warwickshire, of course, out for 244 yesterday, so they're making a real good fist of it with the bat. Adam Lyth has his highest score of the season. He's 85 not out and has just, in recent times really, started to play with the fluency with which Yorkshire supporters have become accustomed to him over the years. And Harry Brook, well, what can we say about this man? He's just got the England call-up this week. He's got another 50 to his name. He's not out 54 in a partnership for the 4th wicket that is so far worth 98. It's Brook's 8th half-century in 9 innings this year. His lowest score being just 41, and he's got 3 centuries to his name as well. The sun's been shining in Sanchez in recent times, so that makes it feel a little bit easier for batting. And Warwickshire, well, they've got a new ball that they can take on in a couple of overs' time, which, who knows, may make a bit of a difference. But at the moment, Yorkshire going well at 207 for 3. So that's the end of the 78th.
Yeah, all spin attack. Briggs at one end, Yates at the other.
Graham just going to take a breather. We'll bring Clive back in. And Yates then 1 over for 1 so far from this Kirkstall Lane end. Coming in, right arm round the wicket. Harry Brook just steps into that and pushes it up to Hannon Dolby, who's coming in from long onto field, and they have a single. Harry Brook onto 55, partnership worth 99 at 208 for 3. Live waits as a slip in place, and largely a ring field. There are a couple of sweepers out though, squarish on either side as Live leaves this latest delivery, prompting an ooh from my returning colleague Clive.
Didn't seem to be far away, that one, but again, Live judging it well.
Yates in again, little skip into his delivery stride and picked off for a single by Adam Lyth. And you hear the round of applause because 4th wicket partnership now worth 100 from 194 balls, 55 of them from 86 for Harry Brook and 45 of them from 108 for Adam Lyth. It's done an excellent job, this partnership for Yorkshire, at 109 for 3 when Joe Root went, and it was fairly dark at that stage. 222. A couple of quick wickets then would have been a struggle, wouldn't it? But Yates just getting this one wrong, dragging it down a bit, and Harry Brook, he's just such a really good player. And I know Yates is a slow bowler, but still the speed with which he got his body into position there, Harry Brook, down on one knee, and he's pulled it round through fine leg for 4. Talked about these two players earlier on, both being 360 players. Both very good white ball players as well. And that, you know, clearly has a little bit of an influence, although they've played pretty much all orthodox cricket shots to red ball that you see in red ball cricket. Harry Brook again going on the back foot this time, working it square on the leg side for 1. 214 for 3.
Just felt for much of the day Warwickshire felt they've kept Yorkshire within their sights. Although the wickets weren't coming as regularly as they'd like, they kept the scoring down. But now I think almost feel Yorkshire are galloping away somewhat.
Here's Yates, and that's punched off the back foot by Brook. They're thinking maybe a single, maybe not, and then it goes beyond Haynes, so they do go through for 1.
And now it's beginning to look a little bit bleak for Warwickshire this now. It's been an excellent partnership. It's good news for England. Harry Brook doesn't seem to have been phased by his England call-up.
1 over to the new ball, Clive.
Well, yes, indeed. And put Yates on to try and hurry that up. Now Warwickshire will hope something happens with that. So they need to bring this to a halt before too long. Only 29 runs behind now, Yorkshire. In terms of bonus points, 31 overs left for those. As Briggs bowls, that one pops up and comes off the pads and is caught at short leg, but no question of it going off the bat. So what are we looking at? Certainly they will get to 300 now if they get to 110 overs. Briggs comes into bowl. It's pushed back, there's no run. Could they get to 350? And I heard some of your correspondence, and I'm with you. I wouldn't have thought they'll be worrying too much about bonus points, but in terms of what is possible, I suppose 350 is just about possible. Unlikely, I would think, as that's pushed away on the offside. There's no run. It's a 16 points for a win that they will be looking at. Not a point here or a point there for a few extra runs. Briggs bowls, and that comes off an inside edge, I think, and is tipped over the bar at short leg. Sam Hain did get something on it but couldn't grab hold of it, and I'm fairly sure that came off the bat, so that may go down as a sharp chance at short leg. Live survives on 87. He plays a forward defensive, and there's no run. Well, 87 is supposed to be an unlucky score in Australia, but maybe a slightly fortunate score for Adam Lyth. This next one he drives at doesn't quite get it away and isn't able to take a run. A decent over from Danny Briggs, unlucky not to have got the wicket. But that is 80 overs bowled now, so are we going to go straight to a new ball? I would imagine so. It's a partnership of 106, so they might as well try the new ball and see if that can split them up. And it is Henry Brooks who removes his sweater and cap.
Neil Pratt takes those. Just seeing if we get the new ball indicator. Looks like it is, because it looks like the old one's just been handed back to Nick Cook. Yep, and the new ball is being shown all around.
Well, Warwickshire need not 1 wicket, but 3 or 4 with this, really, to get back into this.
Yeah, if they got these two pretty quickly, I know Yorkshire not far behind now, but it'll put a little bit of a different complexion on things. So, right-handed Harry Brook facing Henry Brooks from the Kirkstall Lane end. First ball is sharp enough and dropped into the pitch, and there's no run. I suppose if Yorkshire get in front and you're looking at still 3 down, then, well, we all know what it's like as a supporter of the team on the wrong end of that. You start to look at the batting, the lineup, and you're thinking, oh, I could be here for a long time now, and how long's this lead, how big's this lead going to be? 2 slips and a gully, hoping for a chance for this new ball, which is on the rise as it passes the leaving Harry Brook. 60 off 90 for him in 138 minutes.
These look good.
I've got to say that first bit, when I mentioned it before, Clive, in the darker conditions and all of that, the ball doing a bit more. He was challenged there, but he was up to it. His first 25 runs, something like that.
Yeah, I think every batter has been. Adam Lythe's had to work really hard to play himself in.
Brooks in, and Brook leaves.
Should be disappointed they only got 3 wickets in that period. They threatened a fair bit, but only 3 wickets taken. They didn't allow many runs to be scored, but now Yorkshire, having battled their way through that, now the sun shining, despite the floodlights being on, and still 27.5 overs left in the day. They have a chance of establishing a significant lead before the close.
Here's Brooks once again over the wicket to Harry Brook, who's tucked up slightly, but has got the ability to get that away still for a single backward of square leg.
They could be 50 ahead by the close if they're still going, Yorkshire.
What sort of speeds do Ollie Hannon-Dolby and Henry Brooks bowl at? Any ideas?
No, I've never measured them.
They kind of look and feel as the ball hits the bat that they're probably on the top side of 80.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
Here's Brooks, right arm over, Lythe shouldering arms, and there's no run.
Smarting it back slightly there from Brooks. Well, a really good ball to get Joe Root out. Highlight of Warwickshire's day. Inducing the mistimed drive. But nothing has happened for them in terms of wickets since then.
Lythe then waits, that customary high backlift, and he's back and across trigger movement, and then pulls his bat right around. A bit like Will Rhodes does, same sort of style for the leave. 81 bowled then, so no immediate gains with the new ball for Warwickshire. 216 for 3. Bent Nielsen says, what I really love about Yorkshire this season is that the first innings batting jitters have been dealt with. Even a huge Lancs first innings, even against a huge Lancs first innings with a lot of pressure.
Craig Miles has come on as 12th man. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby is taking the new ball from the football stand end. He's wicketless so far. He'll be hoping the new ball might allow him to make his breakthrough. He'll be bowling to Brook. He's only conceded 31 runs in his 18 overs, so he's been circumspect as usual, but just that wickets 0 column will disappoint him slightly. He comes in to bowl, and Brook, it's a bit of a leading edge on that one. It was in the air momentarily, but he's got it through, and he's going to get a couple of runs to move on to 63 and take the score to 218 for 3.
Yeah, unusual looking shot, wasn't it, really? But as you say, I think probably did get a leader on it. Well clear of the field, but you never quite know with those where they're going to go.
And so Hannon-Dolby, 2 slips and a gully. The sun disappears behind a cloud, stretching for that one slightly. Brook plays it into the ground to backward point for no run. Warwickshire won the toss yesterday. It hasn't worked out for them. They were all out for 244 and felt that was below what they really needed, and it's been looking even more that way now. Been a good effort from Yorkshire today. They kept their noses well in front in this game. Hannon-Dolby to bowl to Brook. And Brook just a little late on that one. Chops it away to square leg for a single. Doesn't look quite in command as he was before. in that over Brook, but he's moved on to 64. It's 219 for 3. That brings the left-handed Adam Lythe to the crease. This one strike. 87 for Adam Lythe. In a splendid innings. Ollie Handolby, a former Yorkshire player, comes into bowl and beats the bat of Adam Lythe. Good delivery from Handolby.
Yeah, just a lingering look at Lythe.
Guessing their times must have crossed when Handolby was at Yorkshire.
Adam Lythe's been at Yorkshire
It's about
forever,
5
seemingly.
years, yeah. Handolby, football stand end, comes into bowl. It's short and it's pulled well by Lythe, and he gets 4 runs for that to square leg. And he moves on to 91, 2-2-3 for 3.
Yep, nicely played. It's a shot he plays particularly well. We've not seen the deliveries for him to really play it in this innings at all from the Warwickshire bowlers, which is credit to them, but anybody who does drop it short, hip area, you'll often see it sail away for 6 runs, really.
And Dolby runs in, and that one is outside off stump. Lythe lets it go, and it's the end of the over. 4 runs there for Adam Lythe. Move on to 91, and Yorkshire 223 for 3. Trail by just 21 runs now.
Certain moments you remember in matches, sometimes not the overall picture, but I do remember probably 2019 season down at Taunton. I think it was Lewis Gregory bowling at Adam Lythe, and he tried him with a short one, and he hit it, you know, where the commentary box is there, to the pavilion side of the ground, pinged right off the top of the roof, went so far. Magnificent pull. Oof. Now then, Harry Brook has been caught amidships here by a ball he was also trying to pull. Interesting how he got into that position, and maybe he either picked the wrong length, which would be unusual for him in such great form, or the ball maybe didn't do what he expected off the pitch, and given that he's just gone down and done a bit of gardening, maybe the latter. He has a red mark towards the bottom of his sweater, somewhere in the nether regions.
Yeah, though it did keep low, it's probably just too high to be given LBW.
Here's Brooks again. Brook driving. He's got it towards the inside of the bat, and they've taken 1. Lythe just a little bit slow on the uptake with the thought of the second, and so they stay put. Brook on 65. Lythe now into the 90s. 224 for 3. Elsewhere, Kent 426 for 7 now at Northampton. Inspecting at 5 o'clock at Taunton. Somerset against Hampshire as Lythe flicks this next Brooks delivery to Will Rhodes, who's just in the onside there. There's no run. Still off at Old Trafford. Well, just in case you didn't hear, Lancashire 32 for 5. Durham all out for 350. At Lords against Middlesex, who have yet to bat. Notts have a 6-run lead over Derbyshire at 266 for 6 in their first innings. Developed into a good game, that one, between those two. Rivalry between Derbyshire and Notts, as this latest Brooks delivery is wide of Lythe's off stump and he chooses to leave.
It's been a decent over so far from Henry Brook. Made Lythe look uncomfortable with 1. Or either they made Brooke look uncomfortable. One wasn't it? It was Brooke that was hit.
Brooks into Lythe, who pushes back to the bowler. It does well to stop that, falling to his right in his follow through. All sorts of weather conditions in one day here. Bit of rain earlier. We've had fairly bad light. The floodlights are still on. The sun is shining at the moment. There's still grey cloud around, bits of blue sky. 10 to 5 and still 25 overs remaining. Brooks to Lythe, who plays that very comfortably, tucks it away through mid-wicket for 1. The field set back in that region. Alex Davies in and fires it into the gloves of Michael Burgess. So 1 run to complete the over. Lythe will retain the strike on 92 and Yorkshire 225 for 3.
Good stuff from Yorkshire now. And a very good partnership between these two. I think what I should have felt when these two came together, we can break this partnership up. And we might have done a lot of the hard work, but they haven't been able to break it up. Lythe on 92 as Hannah and Dolby bowls to him. And he plays back to that, to the offside. No run there. Best weather of the day now.
Cracking flags, lad.
See some signs of rain in the distance. Apparently there is supposed to be rain coming, but maybe there is some in the distance there. But right now the sun's shining out on the outfield. In comes Hannon Dolby. Lyon drops the bat on that. There's a hint of that one keeping a little bit low as well. Lyon just dropping his bat down on it. What a good innings it's been from Adam Lythe. And Dolby will try again to make his first breakthrough. Won't come there as it's pushed off an inside edge to square leg for a single by Lythe, which takes him to 93.
346 minutes. Can you imagine?
It's been terrific effort from him. Just approached the innings well. It was a quite long, difficult period. He played in circumspect fashion, polished the occasional bad ball, left an awful lot, and judged the leads very well. In comes Hannon Dolby to Brooke, and plays that out into the gully area. Good stop there. Prevents any chance of a run. Danny Briggs. And welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra with Yorkshire 226 for 3, getting on top in this game. They trail by just 18 runs. Adam Lythe on 93, and the good news for England is that Harry Brooke, just called up to the England squad, is batting very well. He's on 65. It's a partnership of 117 now. Ollie Hannon Dolby is bowling to Brooke, who defends that into the offside for no run. We've been pretty lucky for the weather here. We just had a brief interruption before lunch, which, taking into account an early lunch, meant we lost 17 minutes, which of course can be added on to the end of the day. So the official close of play time would be 17 minutes past 6, although with 24 overs to go, I think it's a fair bet we're going to go a bit beyond that. And they took the new ball recently, and Hannon Dolby is bowling with it and beats the outside edge of Brooke 4 defensive. So they took the new ball straight away. They've had 4 overs of it now. And Yorkshire are 226 for 3 after 84.
Yep, just seemingly, apart from the odd little delivery like that, strolling along at the moment. The new ball 4 overs old, and any massive alarms so far. Harry Brook has been totting up 758 championship runs this season before he walked out to bat today. So already over 800 runs for the campaign. Not at the end of May, as in comes Brooks, and Lyth cuts that, goes out to Sibley at cover, and there's no run. Change in the field between McAndrew, who's been moved to mid-off, and Alex Davis is going around to point. Still 2 slips and a gully in place. Long leg and set back, deep backward square. Or is he forward of square? Either way is square and deep over on the east stand side. And that's another beautiful shot by Lyth. Too wide from Henry Brooks. It was full, and you can't bowl at a player who's on 93 like that. Dispatched with an open face for 4 through point.
Really good to watch this innings of Adam Lyth, former England, 7 test caps for England. Probably safe to say former now. Probably. You never know, with a new regime, but I suspect he resigned himself to probably not getting back into the England setup, or does he still have ambitions, do you think?
I think he'd still say he's got ambitions. Still wouldn't want to give that up completely. Here's Brooks to Lyth, short, and it's smashed away off the back foot, and Adam Lyth, look at that celebration down the wicket, jumps and punches the air. It's taken him 350 minutes, 267 deliveries, and he has his 28th first-class century, 101 not out. And I've got to say that in the commentaries I've done on this team in the last few seasons, I haven't seen a better one in the circumstances than this. Tremendous knock, and well, he might acknowledge the applause from the crowd, because that's been superb.
The way he played himself in was so impressive. He talked a lot. His leaving was very accurate and very well measured. And although he had to work very hard early on, I don't think he ever actually looked to be in any great trouble. He was judging things very well and defending his wicket very effectively.
And he leaves this latest delivery. Next little stage for him, next little potential landmark, Clive. He began this innings on 11,853 first-class runs. So make that 11,954. Could pass the 12,000 mark while he's out there. It's another little milestone for him to aim for. But I think now, having concentrated so hard, and 351 minutes, got to now somehow find the resolve to keep going, really. Having got to this stage, it's wide of off stump. Well wide of off stump from Brooks, and Lyth not interested. So the run rate, which was top 2 for a while, 2.16 I remember being up there, 2.76 now. So it has stepped up appreciably.
Yeah, so what? 25 overs to go after this one as far as bonus points are concerned. The 300 shouldn't be a problem unless they get bowled out.
Brooks to Lyth, who's off the back foot and playing a very similar shot to the one that brought him the century. Smashed it away. Probably didn't time it quite as well this time, but it'll do. It's 4 more.
Well, Henry Brooks has bowled pretty well today, but he'll want to forget that over. That was not one of his better overs. Not least because he didn't really put any pressure on Lyth when he was close to 100. Dropped one short, which Lyon quite gratefully dispatched for his century, and then a couple of loose deliveries after that. Maybe getting a bit frustrated, Henry Brooks. Must feel an age ago now when he was celebrating Joe Root's wicket. A bit of a conflab going on for Warwickshire. New ball's not brought them the wickets they desperately need. for the first time this season, they've been on the back foot in the first innings. They really have struggled to bowl teams out. They did manage to bowl Essex out twice, but other than that, they've really found it difficult to bowl teams out. And even in more favourable conditions here, they're finding it difficult again. Ollie Hannon-Dalby to bowl to Harry Brook. Gets a bit of an inside of the bat onto that to mid-wicket. It's fielded there, there's no run. I'll just describe one more delivery and then I have an update to do for local radio, BBC CWR, BBC WM. Yorkshire now on the brink of passing Warwickshire's first innings total. Hannon-Dalby bowls at the left. Good leave by Brook. There's no run. 238 for 3.
John Logan's emailed in. When Yorkshire won their last 2 county championships, their emphasis on batting was generally to bat once for a considerable time and go big. Batting bonus points were pretty much secondary, and Yorkshire generally didn't reach 350 inside 110 overs. Still went on to score 450 plus and put pressure on the opposition and usually won. This for me is how a batting innings should be constructed, not giving your wicket away for the sake of an extra batting bonus point. More in a moment, because turning at the end of his run is Ollie Hannon-Dalby running towards us. Brook on strike and dropping this one to Sam Hain at gully, no run. So John goes on. One thing I think Yorkshire could do better is when either Don Bess or Jordan Thompson are batting with numbers 10 and 11. Bess or Thompson should try and milk the strike more, treating the likes of Patterson and Ralph that literally they can't bat. Yes, I know Pato gets some useful runs at times, but quite often Yorkshire miss out on some useful runs when Bess and Thompson don't face more deliveries towards the end of the innings. John's opinion, you can have your say, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. All right, Jonathan Doidge, as Hannon-Dalby comes in to Brook, who punching off the back foot, half stopped by Alex Davis. The wicket is thrown down at the non-striking end. Adam Lyth is back and safely in, and Penny Sutcliffe says, Mr. Lyth's ton, fabulous knock. Brevity is the key, methinks, with Penny. Neil Dutton, there we go. Simple as. 238 for 3. Graham coming back in. Clive will be back in a minute after his a minute or two after his update. Sure you've heard enough of me for now as Hannon-Dalby's in. Oh, it's a cracking shot from Harry Brook. Not the best of deliveries, full leg stump and treated with disdain by the Yorkshire batsman, who flicked it away through mid-wicket effortlessly, right out of the meat of the bat. 4 more to him, 69 to Brook, 242 for 3.
Yes, Warwickshire under pressure now, aren't they? Yorkshire just 2 runs from their opponent's first innings total, only 3 wickets down. And it's looking a little bit ominous now for Warwickshire, with these 2 Yorkshire batsmen really dominating proceedings.
Hannon-Dalby, little skip, comes charging in, but can't get through. Flicks this ball that's hit back to him up in the air. That will complete the over at a 242 for 3. 86 overs bowled now. Forever Dormo says, I've only been able to watch since tea, but Lyle seems to be playing very well and Brook seems to be playing as he usually does. Brook is beginning to look like the real deal, and at 23 years of age, it looks as if he's ready for a long career in Test cricket. Good stuff.
Yeah, he's batted really well today. Fully supported Adam Lyth, and these 2 are taking the game away from Warwickshire.
Bring Clive back in a moment. They're just having a break for drinks, with Yorkshire 242 for 3.
Yep, the drinks have come on and the players are gathered round near the pitch, and I think Warwickshire will be glad of the rest for the moment. And since Joe Root was out for just 8, it's been It's been all Yorkshire, really.
Yeah, it has. It's been a tough season, really, for Warwickshire. Unexpectedly won the championship last season, did really well in doing so. They sort of hung on this season. They just cannot bowl teams out, with the one exception against Essex, where they did bowl them out twice. Other than that, they've really struggled to bowl teams out, and kind of got away with it in that they haven't been losing games, apart from the one against Somerset. But they'll do well not to lose this game from here.
But their bowling attack is different from last year, isn't it? For whatever reason or reasons.
To a point. I mean, Liam Norwell played most of the games last season, and he's obviously struggled with injury. But I mean, that aside, and they had Tim Breslin, of course, who retired unexpectedly, and Nathan McAndrew was seen as sort of a replacement for him. It hasn't really happened for the Australians so far. One or two of the batters have not been quite the same form as last season. Rob Yates, particular case in point. But they'll keep plugging away. It's beginning for me to look like another game they're going to have to try and save here, as opposed to try and win. And Brooks bowls. It's driven by Lyth to miss mid-off for no run.
Yeah, it's looking like that, isn't it, really? Unless there's a dramatic collapse. And in cricket, you never know. But
Indeed. When they get to bat again, which they will at some point, they're going to have to bat very well, clearly. Because they're going to be starting some way behind. I mean, if it's 50 runs behind, that would be a brilliant performance from here, but it'll certainly be behind. Brooks comes into bowl, and that's accurate, and it's played back to him by Lyth, and there's no run.
Yes, it's and that brings its own pressures, of course, doesn't it? When you're, quite a bit behind on first innings, and you're starting your second innings, you're under pressure straight away. That's the nature of four-day cricket, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the one bowling point for them. They only picked up one batting point. So meagre offering so far in this game for them. That's a decent delivery from Lyth, from Brooks, which Lyth just got his bat on and edged it inside gully down to third man for 4.
Yes, that wasn't very convincing, but he's got 4 runs for it. As Brooks trudges back to his mark.
109 now for Adam Lyth, who really did enjoy celebrating his century, and why not? He'd worked very hard for it.
And of course, Yorkshire take the lead.
Yeah, so they lead by 2. We normally get a bit of cheers and extra applause for that. Maybe no one's noticed. That's left, and there's no run. Yeah. If they were to be bowled out now, Warwickshire would need 2 to make them bat again. 246 for 3. It's getting quite dark again. So there was, I think, some suggestion that we might get a spot more rain before the end of the day.
Yeah, so I'm going to say the good thing is that for the next 2 days it's supposed to be dry, but fairly cloudy, I think.
This one is left by Lyth. Just down to 137. Warwickshire have been held up by century stands a little too often for their liking this season. Let me see how many century stands they've had to face. It's not many as I thought, actually. It's the 6th about to face this season. That includes that stand of 287 for Northampton. In fact, the previous 5 have all, well, 4 of them been for the first wicket and 1 for the second wicket. This next one is carved away to the deep for a single by Lyth.
Yes, they're looking fairly untroubled, the Yorkshire batsman. Although it was a streaky 4 by Lyth to third man, it wasn't a chance. He just didn't mean it to go there. So yes, Yorkshire are now in credit. They're 3 runs ahead with 7 wickets in hand. So they're in a very, very good position.
They certainly are. Well, should just got to keep plugging away. Hope that the old thing, hope that one leads to more. Nathan McAndrew's doing his starting the motorboat impression there, suggesting that he's limbering up to come on to bowl. Still a relatively new ball. And he's still wicketless in this game, as is Hannon Dolby. Can he put that right now? Did his best there, wasn't a bad delivery. I think Lyon possibly will argue played inside the line, although I don't think Hannon Dolby is terribly convinced. He's standing there, both hands on hips, saying something to his former Yorkshire teammate. 247 for 3.
Yes, it wouldn't be anything complimentary, I don't think.
No.
I tend to think he played at that.
Well done. He's not a great sledger, I think, Hannon Dolby, but he'll make the odd comment, odd quip.
That's it.
He's quite a witty guy. Comes in now to bowl. To Lythe, who turns that around and a fine leg for a single. And moves on to 111, 248 for 3.
I have to say, I know we're not we're not behind the stumps, and we're in elevated position, but I just saw that last delivery. He's very close to the protected area. And as we know, he's already had a warning. That was earlier on, of course. But he seemed to me to be very close there.
Just hesitates at the end of his run up. Now comes bounding in to bowl. And it's a deliberate shot from Brook to run that past the second slip area to third for 4. And played it down, slightly risky, but well executed. Gets a pat on the head from Adam Lythe. Does Brook there as he moves on to 73.
Yes, I mean, it wasn't a chance at all. I think it's indicative of the way things have been going for Warwickshire. Would you not agree, Clive?
Yeah, I mean, for the last sort of hour or so, Yorkshire got really on top. They were edging that way for a while, but at the moment they're in danger of running into the distance. See, 525 balls for the 250. They have been getting steadily quicker. I'll just work that one out in a second. As Hannon Dolby bowls, that's orthodox forward defensive from Brook, so no wickets obviously lost in the fifth 50. And what did I say? 525 balls, which means 80 balls for the fifth 50, which is actually slightly slower. So the fourth 50, they really rattled along, got that in 67 balls. As a lot of correspondents have been saying, their only concern really, they want to score runs to try and build the lead and get themselves in a strong position, but it's all about winning the game. That's all they're interested in right now. If they play that to mid-off, there's no run.
Yes, I mean, bonus points are all fine and well, but at the end of the day, you're trying to win a game, aren't you?
You could say they're a bonus. Yeah, no, he's about definitely. I recall, and again, Warwickshire fans were fed up with hearing this. I've told this. Said this quite a few times before, but remember this year Warwickshire won the championship in 2013. They very much had a policy of let's not worry about bonus points, let's worry about the 16 points for a win. And occasionally there were a few mutterings from supporters when they sort of kind of got close to a bonus point and didn't really go for it. As Ollie Hannon Dolby comes in to bowl to Brook, and some of the front pad rolls away on the onside. The one match where they went for it, they got, I don't know, something like, they probably got to about 300 for 3. There were 3 wickets down for something like 300, say, with, I don't know, 15 overs, well, maybe 20 overs to go. And that was against Somerset at Taunton. It was the one time when they did go all out to get the bonus points. And actually they got them, but they lost 6 wickets in the process and ended up being all out for about 400 and lost the game, which was a reminder, really, of their initial policy, which is let's not worry about that. Let's just make sure we get 500 or something on the board and win the game. So... you know, there's always that risk at the end of the season. You might finish 1 or 2 points off something, and you'll think, if only we'd gone for that point back at Canterbury or wherever. But
you're always going to get that. You know.
Anyway, Yorkshire have got 2 batting points now.
And McAndrew, the Australian's back on. He's going to be bowling from the Kirchdale Lane end. He's bowling, running away from us. To the left-handed Adam Lythe, who's on 111.
So, Can McAndrew get his first wicket of the game? Right arm over bowls, and that's launched away down to, there's a man on the square leg boundary who feels it well. So far in the distance, and it's so gloomy, it's going to take me a while to spot who that is, but it was a good piece of fielding.
It was. Very good piece of fielding.
Is that Ollie Dolby who's gone all the way down there? I think it is. That looks like his run.
For a big man, he got down very
He
well
did,
there.
Yeah. Say 3 runs, 253 for 3. Also gave himself some extra work to do because he's now with the left-hand, right-hander combination. He's got to trot across the field and take his position now down at fine leg.
Yeah, a long leg. Yeah.
Here's McAndrew in again, and leaning into that is Brook to play it onto the to mid-on for no run.
I suppose it's a sign of a very good batsman. Harry Brook seems to play everything very late, doesn't he? And you think at times, oh, is that too late? Has he got through? But he's 73 not out.
Yeah, it's been very impressive. I can see now why. Reminds me of a Yorkshire journalist when. Well, it was actually Durham, but it was a Yorkshire journalist, and it came when Chris Woakes got 9 wickets. Yeah, and in an innings at the end of the game, so I can see now why he's in the England team, and I'm seeing that with Harry Brook with his performance here. He clips that one off his toes. That's gone through mid-wicket. It's half stopped. They'll get 1. They should be able to get 2. Alex Davis throws, and a perfect throw or a better throw, and that would have been out. I think Brook was, or rather Live, was late to pick up the call.
You can tell by Ly's body language there he was short.
Yeah.
If it had been a better throw. I don't think there was 2 runs there, but they've got them.
McAndrew didn't go to the stumps either, and Alex Davis tried a direct hit and missed by some distance. So maybe a missed opportunity there would have been a bonus for Warwickshire, but they weren't able to take it. McAndrew bowls, and that's gone past Alex Davis at mid-wicket, and chase on. They've got 2, no doubt about the 2 this time. Are they going to go for 3rd? Yes, they are. And again, it's poor Adam Live who's running to the danger area, but he makes it. And you might, in the minute, tell Harry Brook, just don't forget, I'm not quite as young as you, mate. So steady on with these. That's, but it's 3 runs, 258 for 3.
I have to say that was very good running. That was good running to get 3 there. Because I thought there was only 2 in that, but they ran well, they ran hard, and that's the way to do it. So Brook is on 78, but it's Lythe who's facing on 112. And there's, I think there's 2 balls left in this over by McAndrew. Still, as you rightly say, searching for his first wicket.
Slip and gully in place. It's been tough work again for McAndrew. This is his 18th over. That's driven, but it will be cut off by Henry Brooks for no run. Yorkshire 14 runs ahead now. He coming to the end of the second day. We've still got 19 overs left today, so they can have a decent lead by today. They can bat on somewhere towards tea tomorrow.
You get the impression that these 2 are now trying to really put the pressure on Warwickshire.
Yeah. Well, less to lose now. They've established a strong position. McAndrew to bowl. It's driven. That's a lovely shot from Live. Nicely placed. There is a chase on. It is a slow outfield, so they may cut it off. Well, many a time that would be a 4, but it is a 3 for Live, and a comfortably run 3 as well.
Good shot through the offside.
He's on to 115, 261 for 3. And it's a 150 partnership. Well spotted by the Yorkshire crowd. And all, well, it's turned the game, this partnership. When Root was out, Warwickshire were very much in it.
I was going to say that, you know, it's ironic that Root, you could argue the best batsman in the country, was out, and now these 2 have put 150 after his dismissal. I think it just goes to show how strong Yorkshire's batting lineup is.
It looked strong to me when I looked at the team list, I must say. Hannon Dolby Comes into bowl to Lythe, who pops that in the air, but very safely onto the leg side for a single. He's on to 116. I know you've seen Lythe has struggled a bit this season, but I've always thought he's a very good player. And you back him to get a score before too long. And Harry Brook, of course.
Well, he just goes, it's like a metronome, just goes on and on and on.
Well, should just go try and stick to their tasks. Only one slip in place now. They're getting a little bit more defensive. That's carved away, and it's going to be 4 runs. Fine cut from Harry Brook, and he moves on to 82.
Yeah, it's a good shot there, full of authority. I'm just going to say that the lights got a little bit worse, I think, and the floodlights are on more or less full blast by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think all natural light stuff might come into play here. We might even get a bit of rain. Still scheduled to have another 18 overs after this one.
I don't think we're going to get those in now,
No.
really.
And most of it will be lost to the match if they do finish early. That's pushed to the onside. So we've already had 70 minutes out. So what's that, 5 overs? 5 or 6?
Well, in league cricket, that would equate to, well, a quarter of an hour is 4 overs.
Yeah.
So you're going over to the next.
Should be about 5, yeah.
Yeah.
So they would only be able to add 3 overs by having an extra half hour tomorrow, if you see what I mean. So a bit of play we lost. But we have done pretty well weather-wise here compared to other grounds.
We have.
Hannon Dolby to Brook, who drives that, and Hannon Dolby tries to field up his own bowling. I think he did get a little touch on that, which slowed it down and allowed it to be stopped, so there's no run, despite a nice-looking shot from Harry Brook.
Yeah, Yorkshire's lead is now 22 runs with 7 wickets in hand, so it's looking rather ominous at the moment for Warwickshire.
Well,
but these two have had to work hard.
they have. Dare Yorkshire think about just trying to bat once in this match? Got a lot still to do for that to be the case, but it's possible. And then Dolby into Brook. And it's edged and very well caught. And finally he gets the wicket. Hannon Dolby celebrates it keenly. And credit to Rob Yates, because that was a splendid slip catch. Diving to his left. And a terrific innings from Harry Brook comes to an end. If he does that against New Zealand, we'll all be pretty happy. 82, and a well-played 82. But he just edged that one from Hannon Dolby. And Yates takes the catch. And Warwickshire finally break up this 4th wicket partnership.
Yeah, very good catch, diving to his left, in between the keeper and the first slip, and it almost as if it was behind him when he caught it. It was a really good catch, excellent, and an excellent innings by Harry Brook, 82. So yeah, Warwickshire have made the breakthrough.
Yes, a little late in the day for them, however. It's a wicket, and Hannon Dolby deserves it. He has always worked hard. He's been pretty accurate for the most part, and finally gets his wicket.
Yeah, and they prevented Brook from getting a century.
Yeah.
And so Yorkshire's wicketkeeper Harry Duke comes out to bat now. Number 22 on his back. He joins Adam Lythe, who's on 116. And he's having a drink, being brought on.
Those two were together for 43 and a bit overs, during which they added 159 match-changing runs.
Yeah, I think Brook will be disappointed he didn't go on for his century, but there we are.
Not the easiest of batting conditions now. It is getting increasingly gloomy despite the floodlights. You might be wondering how long they actually stay on, that awkward little spell. But Hannon Dolby, having finally got his wicket, well, now hope another one follows quickly, and he makes Duke a little uncomfortable there as he hits him on the thigh pad. So it's taking him 23 overs to make a breakthrough. He hasn't conceded too many runs in that time, though. 1 for 53, his figures now. And Yorkshire 266 for 4, lead by 22.
And of course, Adam Lythe, the opening batsman, is still there for Yorkshire. That's an important aspect. If they can bat round him. I mean, just before Brook was out, you were saying about Yorkshire possibly aiming to bat just a once. Well, I suppose you've got to think, well, that's you know, their plan. The 22 ahead, there were 3 wickets down, then the 4 wickets down now. But yeah, that's still got to be the plan.
Now then, McAndrew comes into ball. There is that sort of unwritten rule in cricket, isn't there, which Lythe seems to determine. Oh, and mind you, he almost got himself run out there. He was very casual, going for a single into the deep until someone reminded him he did have to get to the other end. And he's done there now. But I'm just saying, so often, isn't it, after a big partnership, when one of the batters gets out, the other one follows very quickly. And Adam Lythe nearly did so in the most unfortunate circumstances there.
Yes, you're right. I mean, yeah, our wickets, you know, a big partnership, and you sometimes get a cluster of wickets.
It was a throw in from the deep there. I don't know whether he just assumed that, but perhaps he didn't expect the fielder to really go for it. And
I think he was expecting the fielders to throw to the other end, to the keeper's end.
But, it was, I think it was Alex Davis as well, spotted by him. Almost embarrassed Lythe. That's a defensive shot from Duke. Bit of reaction from Nathan McAndrew. He's probably thinking, oh, well, I'm the only bowler now, apart from Rob Yates. Well, the only seamer, let's say, has not got a wicket.
Yeah,
so
Danny Briggs has
time I got one now. Yeah. After Ollie Handorby finally got his.
Well, they've got to keep plugging away.
Yeah. They did do this against Somerset when they were held up for a long time. McAndrew comes into bowl at short, and it's pulled, not timed by Duke, but he will get a single. And then they did get a flurry of wickets and looked like they were going to get Somerset out for quite a lot less than had been expected, only to be held up by the lower order. The last couple of wickets held them up, but they did turn the innings around for a while, so they'll be hoping to do that here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much longer we're going to stay on it. It's getting very... The umpires don't seem to be too concerned. They're not.
They haven't consulted each other, I don't think. Not that I'm aware of.
I think some get more worked up about this natural light thing than others. That's hits him on the thigh there, Lythe. He tries to work it on the leg side. I think he's ready for his ice bath now, isn't he, Adam Lythe? He's been out there all day, batting really well, but he's not getting any younger, is he? So what age is he now, Adam Lythe? 30? 34.
Yeah.
Well,
he should be in his prime as an opening batsman, shouldn't he?
It's been a very good performance. How many balls have got this over? Will I get away? No, I better just do one more ball this over and I need to go. McAndrew bowls, and it's played by Lythe out into the deep for a single. He's on to 118. 269 for 4 Yorkshire. They lead by 25 here at Headingley.
Yes, and Warwickshire will be very pleased that Harry Brook has departed the scene. Well caught by Yates at slip for 82. Duke has now joined Adam Lythe. Duke is actually off the mark. He's on 1. And he's facing the Australian bowler McAndrew, who's coming in from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Here he is then, McAndrew. To the right-handed Harry Duke, who turns it to mid-on. Final ball of the over. Now there is going to be a consultation here between the two umpires, and in fact they're calling the players off. Is that then some rain? There might be a little bit of rain, I think, around. Yeah, that's what it is, as opposed to, well, it might be as well as the light, but they haven't consulted about that, I don't think. Whether they're going to take a reading as well, not sure. But at 5:29 on Friday afternoon. They are leaving the field at 269 for the loss of 4 wickets. Adam Lyth, well, he's raising his bat to those beneath our feet and away to the left in particular, and walking off in front of Harry Duke, and why wouldn't he? 118 not out, tremendous knock from him. Harry Duke, of course, who's been out there for a couple of minutes or so. And Yorkshire 269 for 4, Duke not out 1, and Lyth not out 118.
Yes, Yorkshire have a lead of 25.
Brooks 2 for 68, 1 for 53 for Hannon Dolby, 1 for 36 for Will Rhodes. They're the wicket takers. None for 63 McAndrew, none for 36 for Danny Briggs, and none for 9 for Rob Yates. We've had 91 complete overs of this Yorkshire first innings, then 269 for 4. And well, we're going to leave it there for now. Whether they will get back on or not, you'd have to place some doubt on that, looking at the overhead conditions at the moment. It's not raining heavily, and they have only brought on, at this moment in time at least, the 3 covers that are on the strip. Nobody's made a herring dash for the bigger stuff to go on the sides, but you'd have to place some doubt about whether they're going to get back on and have any further play on this Friday. We shall see. But we'll leave things for now. Any updates we will report back as and when we get them.
Even the balloon thing. I know. This is working rather hard. Came over a few moments ago with Yorkshire 269 for 4. The match really has been transformed by a partnership of 157 for the 4th wicket. Former England batter Adam Lyth and new England caller Harry Brook. Then Henry Brooks, Warwickshire's Henry Brooks, dismissed Joe Root for 8. The Bears are very much in this game with Yorkshire 109 for 3. Yorkshire have turned it away with those 2 men, but Adam Lyth measuring his innings superbly. The ability to judge the lead has been most impressive, and he's begun to play his shots as his innings has gone on. He's 118. Warwickshire did eventually get the wicket of Harry Brook.
Yep, partnership of 159 between Messrs Brook and Lyth for the 4th wicket. Came to an end not so long ago, in actual fact. Harry Brook was caught by Rob Yates at first slip off Ollie Hannon Dolby for 82. Lyth continuing 118 not out with Harry Duke not out on 1 there. 269 for 4, but rain has stopped play with 17 overs remaining in the day. It's coming down pretty heavily at the moment here at Headingley, and so it remains to be seen, with the light a bit gloomy as well, whether there'll be any further play today. But Yorkshire 269 for 4. Thank you, yeah. Hiya. Journeys that leave you at the end of your tether. Are we talking just a travel trip type of thing? I'll try and think of one really quickly, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Joe and Anita, it's not going at the moment because they're off for rain, and I don't think we've had an official announcement yet, but I think it's going to be that's it for the day. There were 17 overs left in the day's play. We lost a bit of time for rain earlier on. So the situation when they went off at 5:29 precisely was that the Yorkshire were 269 for 4. That's a lead of 25 over Warwickshire's 244 all out yesterday. And what we've seen today is a brilliant knock from Whitby's Adam Lyth, 118 not out. He's batted all day, plus the start of Yorkshire's innings last night as well. So tremendous concentration and patience, and he's been rewarded with his 28th first-class century. He's not out as they went off the field, and young Harry Duke not out on 1. Harry Brook was out there for a long time as well with Adam Lyth and put on a partnership of 159 between them for the 4th wicket before Brook was caught at first slip off Ollie Hannon-Dolby for 82. So an excellent day for Yorkshire. They've had to work hard. It's been not the easiest in terms of batting conditions. I suppose just the one failure with the bat, dare I say it, was the former England skipper Joe Root with 8. Will Frayne had made 31 and George Hill was first out of the day for 25. But they'll be happy to put the bats back in the bags, I think, and hang the boots up for the day and get a shower now. 25 runs in front with 2 days still to play in this one. And I know you'd said to me, can you think of a journey that has you at the end of your tether? Well, I suppose there's plenty of those doing my job travelling around the country, but just one recent one. I was travelling back from Dublin. I phoned a taxi back in Leeds at Leeds Bradford Airport to take me home, and I live quite close to the airport. And so I'm planning ahead, phoned the taxi, and they said to me, no, we can't take your booking because you might get held up in customs and all the rest of it. The flight was going to be on time. Got back to Leeds Bradford Airport. What happened? Had to phone the taxi again from there. And there was a 45-minute wait for a taxi, having taken a flight back from Dublin to Leeds Bradford that only lasted 55 minutes. Could you believe it?
69 for 4. The home side taking command because of a fourth wicket stand of 157 between Adam Lyth and New England recruit Harry Brook, who was out just before they came off. A very good slip catch by Rob Yates off the bowling of Alan Dolby. He made 85. Lyth still there on 118. Warwickshire well in the game when Joe Root was third out to an excellent delivery from Henry Brooks for 8 at 109 for 3 then. But since then, Yorkshire have rather taken control and will start tomorrow with a first innings lead of 25 and 6 first innings wickets left.
Sticking with football, we'll hear from Huddersfield Town's Sorba Thomas after he signed a new long-term deal with the club. We'll also catch up with our rugby league producer James Dayton ahead of a big night in Super League for our sides. All of this plus a lot more between now and 7 on BBC Radio Leeds. As ever, we would love to hear from you, whatever your sport is, whoever your team is. You can text us on 81333, you can WhatsApp us on 080321333, starting those messages with WIS, or you can send a tweet to @BBC WIS.
West Yorkshire Sports Daily.
BBC Radio Leeds. So welcome along to Friday's West Yorkshire Sport Daily, and we'll start as ever with your headlines from the world of sport. It's day 2 of Yorkshire's County Championship match against Warwickshire. We can cross over to Headingley now and check in with our Yorkshire commentator Jonathan Deutsch, who's there for us, and it's been a good day for Yorkshire, Jonathan.
It certainly has. The rain stopped play. There's just been an official announcement, actually, Louis, that it is the end of day 2. It was pretty obvious, really. The covers have been pulled on for the last 20 minutes or so, and all set out for the night. But what can I tell you about the day's play? Well, as you say, it was good. Yorkshire, of course, bowled Warwickshire out for 244 yesterday. Resumed on 28 without loss today. They did lose George Hill early doors. He was out for 25. Which was having a flash, really, at a ball from Henry Brooks, caught behind by Burgess. So 33 for 1. They went off for a bit of rain, took an early lunch. Will Frayne had batted pretty well at number 3, was out for 31. Joe Root went for just the 8, 2 wickets that fell in the afternoon session. At tea, they were 167 for 3, with Adam Lyth on 69 and Harry Brook on 30. And what a partnership between that pair for the 4th wicket. They put on 159 together before Harry Brook, who'd reached a half-century or more for 8 of his 9 innings in Championship cricket this season, went for 82. Good catch at first slip by Rob Yates to dismiss him. That was the only wicket that they lost then before the end of play. After the tea break, Adam Lyth still there. He's batted right from the start of Yorkshire's innings yesterday and throughout today. 358 minutes at the crease, 285 balls. Very, very patient in difficult batting conditions earlier today. 19 fours. And he's got that 3-figure score, his 28th first-class century. And I've got to say, in the 4 seasons I've been doing this commentary job, I haven't seen him bat better, and that includes some of the trailblazing knocks he played last season, because his side really needed him here, and he's knuckled down and done a fantastic job. And with the batting they've still got to come, Best, Thompson, Revis, Loughton, and then Patterson at 269 for 4 with a 25-run lead going into day 3 tomorrow. They are in a very strong position.